Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the official Play vs. Fall 20 College Championship, the home for scholastic competition here featuring Fortnite. It's your boys, MonsterDface and ShyoWager, bringing all the action today. Shyo, talk to me, my brother.
I'm looking clean. I'm feeling clean, just like the games we're going to be watching today, Monsters. And I get crazy. There's a lot to talk about before we hit those notes.
There is definitely a lot to talk about, and to help us break down all the action, we have some community members in the Play versus scene here that have been running the competition so far, really carrying the torch for us here in lead up to the championship event. Today, it's Shlly, it's BellBopper, and we'll be hopping in with them here just shortly. And yes, before we get to that conversation about the players, let's introduce the folks at home to you guys. And starting with you, Shlly, let's tell us a little bit about yourself.
Hi, I'm Shelly. I played in the Play vs. season just a little bit. I stopped halfway through to hop on the other side of casting. I definitely enjoyed that, and I'm looking forward to the amazing gameplay that's going to come out today from these players.
Absolutely. And Bell, my man, you've been definitely the king of the viewing parties when it comes down to the Play versus scene. Let's give everyone else at home, if in case there's some new folk here, a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, so I kind of was the first person to bring up watching the games every single week. So I've basically been in charge of that since season 0, and now we're here.
Nice. I mean, I'll start off with you, Bell. Watching every week, are there teams you should be looking out for, like a top 2, a top 3, coming into this competition, coming into this weekend?
I'd say my top 3 would be the Kirtland Community College. They won season 0. UTK been top 5 every single time we've had championships. And then UMD, who's the first place in the regular season.
Nice. And then Shelly, for you, the introduction of season 5 just recently, is it going to shake up who we see on top, how PlayVS works, or is it going to be the same old, same old?
I definitely for sure think it's going to shake things up. With the new POIs, I think players are going to have to switch where their landing spots are, and with doing that, they're definitely going to be contested by other teams. It's going to be a new field. I definitely think it's going to shake things up a little bit.
Let's talk a little bit about that, right? Shelly, you've had competition experience in the past. You competed in the earliest Winter Royale. Obviously, we're right around this winter season again. This time around, it's Play versus Fall 20 College Championship. We have some big names that popped off last time around. We have some names coming back. Shelly, do you have anyone that you believe just now, some early takes we should be keeping our eyes on?
For sure. I know Control's team, Control, Harsh, and Harmony definitely showed up in the season. I watched a lot of really good things from them. And then Toasty's Waffles, his team has been going crazy, getting some dubs. So I think those are the 2 teams that I'm going to be looking out for today.
Nice. And then Bell, in terms of just overall Play VS, are we at kind of like the precipice? Is this like a really good, prestigious weekend for these guys who are all playing the journey they've had so far?
Yeah, we have hundreds of more teams compared to the first season. It's the most competitive it's ever been. And we're even running in-house scrims with just collegiate players. So I'd say this is a pinnacle of collegiate Fortnite in the US.
I love that. And obviously, you've been able to watch this entire journey unfold since the start. This time around, like you said, more players, better teams, but still some of those same slayers returning here. I want to give you the floor again, because I know you have a lot of people on your long list of teams to look out for. So you're basically setting up the stage here, Bell, and there's no one better to do it. Who else should we be keeping an eye out on?
Like Shelly mentioned, UMD, one of the best teams. Bay State, Connor, Rio, Gage, just actual pros, great players, phenomenal team. A&M, Toastius Waffle, some of the funniest people, but also some of the best players.
Nice. And then Shelly, with these players, with Play VS and the ecosystem of Fortnite, compared to FNCS, what makes Play VS and the gameplay we see there so different?
Honestly, I think it's, the college community, everyone is so nice, and the players just, the skill that comes out of them is absolutely insane. Their ability to just know the map and know where every player is just, it's insane, honestly.
Nice. So basically, we're going to be watching something very special, something you don't get to see every weekend in a cash cup or, in a large tournament, even though this one is really, really big. It's going to be very unique, some players you've never seen before. I mean, Monster, this is like a very, very niche experience.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, you saw from the hype trailer just a little brief glimpse of what the roadmap was to get here, right? We're talking a 2-week preseason followed by an 8-week regular season. This is something that's been, going on for quite some time. And the most exciting part about this whole thing unfolding today is that this is our first taste of major competition on the brand new season. And talking about that, we're gonna go ahead and hop on over with our next segment here. Obviously, it was a pleasure to hear from Shelly and Bell. You guys really set the stage up for you, for us, for everyone at home. Thank you for that. But yeah, we're gonna be hopping into what is gonna be the competition here, right? Because we have schedules, we have format, and we gotta talk about the prizing and all that other good stuff. So let's go ahead and get right into it here, because Shyo, there is so much more in front of us today.
Yeah, so as Bell said, we have a amalgamation of teams who've been on the top, who want to stay on top. Shelly mentioned, the changes that have been going on with the season. PlayVS, it's very much its own thing in terms of the meta that they have, the players that they have, and it becomes like the same thing week after week. So this is definitely something that's contained, but that's about to be released right now this weekend. There's a lot to talk about, and I believe we have even more guests coming up who will be helping us and showing up what's up, showing us what's up as the games go on.
Yeah, without a doubt, we will have Reisshub, the analyst himself here, stepping onto the big stage with us. Reis, my man, obviously it's a pleasure having you join us. You're throwing your blanket all over Fortnite competitive, and I love to see it.
I'll tell you what, I like to talk about Fortnite, and here we are talking about more Fortnite. So I couldn't be happier to have my blanket everywhere.
Yeah, and there it is. Obviously, guys, just to give you a little rundown, Reis, let the people at home know what you'll be bringing to the table here today.
Well, there's a lot of eliminations, there's a lot of plays, there's a lot of stuff that we just can't simply cover everything. There's 2 heats going on at the same time, almost 100 eliminations per game. So I'm going to be breaking down the stuff you didn't see, the stuff you did see, the stats that really, really nice and interesting behind it that you kind of haven't seen before. So really just trying to give as much information as possible.
Yeah, definitely. So let's quickly power through the schedule, because the battle bus is 2 heats, like Reis quickly mentioned. Today is going to be December 5th, heats 1 and 2 happening simultaneous. We'll try and cover as many games as possible. Then of course tomorrow is the grand finals action, 6 games happening there. Moving on to the next page though is of course going to be the format before we lead into the prizing and all that other good stuff. So let's go ahead and take a look at the format here if we can, because again, this battle bus is just about to queue up here, so we don't want to miss a beat here shortly. But again, don't forget, today is heats section, 2 heats going on for today's competition, and they will be overlaying on top of one another. So let's go ahead and break down those points here. Reis, talk to me about the points.
Point system, very, very placement heavy. 36 placement points available for that victory royale. As you can see, starting at top 30, so the majority of the teams who actually get into the game and get a couple of teams eliminated first will start to kind of acclimate placement points at that point. Each elimination worth 1 point. Now, this is a threshold that's slightly more placement heavy than the FNCS, which we saw, and that was some absolutely stacked games. I expect that this format is going to produce the exact kind of games. People playing for placement, people going for large amounts of eliminations, a bit of a blend of both. So I love it. Can't wait to see.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, there's big money on the line, 100,000 to be exact here. Shyo, talk to me about this.
Yeah, money going in a special place, because this is all scholarship money. These guys can end up winning $15,000 for that first place team, split 3 ways. That's $5K a pop. After that, all the way down to 50th place. So this is past even the grand final lobby. Some of the teams that have already made it so far will be able to walk away with 1,000. That means for heat 1 and heat 2, it matters what the performance looks like today. It matters. Every play, every shot will get you closer to winning some prizes.
Let's not forget, any college or university student in the United States or Canada is able to participate. You can play from anywhere, your dorm or at home. So guys, we want to encourage you, of course, to also take a look at the next season that'll be underway. Either way though, this money here will be given to their college funds, right? This is all, of course, for scholarship funds here. Ultimately though, Reis, it's a pleasure having you on at the top of this show. Obviously, we'll kick in with you here soon and shortly, because this battle bus is just underway, so there won't be any time to waste now. It's your boys, Shyo and Monster, here to bring the action. Obviously, Shyo, we're in for some serious action and games here right now.
Yeah, we've watched just 1 day of games go down on the complete top pro level, but let's see what the collegiate scene has to offer for season 5 competitive in game number 1.
And there we have it. The Play versus Fall 20 College Championship is underway, and the first team we're hopping in with is Zeus, Quip, and High Flex at Haven here. And you can see, according to the name, they're not quite landing at the Haven. He's going to be stretching on out to the Coliseum here. It's a little bit of a mixed split here. Talk about taking control of the land right now. They are very much dispersed out, all of which are trying to play for quite some area here.
Yeah, they're going in different places. It's going to be a split drop starting off. Curious to see too that there's teams that have actually broken this down fast when the season just started up a few days ago. Still slight slander on HyFlex's name. I like it though, being able to be flexible, go for different types of, overall drops and plays depending on how your scrims go night to night. It's actually really nice.
Definitely, and Zeus is going to be kicking off his early drop here. Like we said, it's a split drop outside the Dirty Docks. Has that power line from his teammate just off nearby. But let's just talk about Trio's dynamic, right? We've gone through what I felt like was a bit of a weird season. For the first time ever, we have a multitude of competitive game modes happening at the same time. Trios is a lot different than duos and solos.
It actually is. Even when, you have a map that's new, exploring it, being able to now know that trios are going to be there, for a long term in 2021. When it comes to playing with a 3-man dynamic, you get a little bit more of that team aspect, but still have to have an odd man on the outside of boxes, on rotations, on looking back for eliminations in the end game. It makes it a very unique type of game style you don't see really in duels or squads.
Yeah, definitely. And obviously, Zeus is going to be the first man of the day of many. This trio here is going to have a nice little controlled area. And, we want to be able to hop around and see more of those other perspectives here shortly. And we will be able to cover everyone. And yes, for the people in the community, in the chat room as well, don't forget, you can absolutely begin those signups for that 2021 season. It's going to continue to come around because this is just the start here for the fall season. Now hopping in with Cold World, Genji and Augie here. It seems like they have Coral Castle all to themselves as well.
Not classic POI, but Monster, talk to me. I mean, we have played a little bit of this season 5 arena style W key gameplay. Just judging off of scrims that, we got to watch, the games we got to play. What do you think are some of the best spots in the map right now to drop off in early game?
I mean, you talk about the best drops. I can tell you which one is my favorite right now, the Haven, without a doubt. It's just such a great drop spot. It's central location. It's right in the middle of not only, you get that zone favor, but it is covered by these nice little mountains that really seclude you right away from other enemies and competition. But also to mention, they have a small pool of water there that can spawn in a legendary shark. And if you get that on your side, that's the free rocket launcher waiting to happen as well. So I think the Haven's one of the better drop spots right now.
You can also rotate over to the dam off of Haven, and that's where you have the guaranteed RPG from Ruckus. Hard boss to end up fighting, but if you do get him down, you get that power. In terms of Coral Castle, though, in terms of these classic POIs, I feel like everything got a pseudo buff because there are no big vaults on the map anymore, right? Every POI is kind of on its own now. There is no crazy mythic you see with the gold bars not being as prevalent in competitive playlists. It gives everyone that fair fighting chance.
Yeah, and that's one thing we haven't even talked about, right? The introduction of a brand new type of material or economy resource, call it what you will, but the gold bars are here and they seem like they're here to stay. They don't have quite the impact that they have in public game modes, being that in competitive, the gold bars don't carry over from game to game, but they still introduce an entire new thing that we haven't seen before. The bounty system. You can hunt down trios, hunt down teams, and really single out players and threats in your area.
It's a two-way system though, because as soon as you activate a bounty, the person getting hunted knows exactly how far away you are from them in terms of a threat level. So both teams get a little bit of information. And although, these guys might not end up fighting, it does provide you a lot more information you would not get in previous seasons.
Yeah, it is. It's going to give you a lot more info, like you mentioned. Here's Chenkin, Siphon, and the Eagle. Actually, it's just thanks for the Siphon. Gotta love the Fortnite names here. Just a little sentence there. Would hate to get dropped by this guy and have him give you the good old thanks for the Siphon on you.
Yeah, and this is heat number 1 that we're going to be watching for the time being. Game number 1 in their respective heat as well. As soon as this one wraps up, we'll be jumping right in to heat number 2, looking at their game number 1. We'll see how that goes. But these guys are in another completely new POI, Salty Towers. And I say new, but it's a bit of old on two sides.
Yeah, definitely. You know what? Shout out to these boys right here, representing for the University of Houston. I moved to Houston. I'm just outside, so maybe I'll stop by and link up with thanks for Siphon, Jenkins, and the Eagle sometime in the future here. Again, Shyo, I want to make sure we also take the time to give credits to all the colleges and universities involved in this because, like you said before, it's a very niche form of competition. It's something that we haven't really got to see enough of, because this is just the beginning of their history, their story, right, in the Fortnite space as an official Scholastic partner of competition for Epic Games.
Yeah, and it's also something very brand new where, since you're playing with the same college, it's not kind of like FNCS, it's not kind of like other tournaments we keep mentioning that, where you get to switch your partners over and over again, right? At PlayVS, you play with that college, you have the same trio. No matter if you're doing good or bad, you have that journey throughout all the weeks.
Yeah, without a doubt here. And let's just take a look at the loadout. Not too bad for the boys right now. Tactical shotgun in, a flopper probably from a vending machine or one of those little ice cool boxes. And then, of course, some AR and heavy ammunition to match. There's teams all around them, the zone favoring just on top of them as well. Here's a look at all of their team's loadouts. Big pots galore across the map right now. Okay, not too bad for the squad.
Now, the firepower is looking a little bit, on the low side, though. I think Eagle has one of the best loadouts of the squad, but great tax leaving off the POIs. Jenkins will have to be careful if he ends up getting into a fight. Don't think these guys are looking for that super fight, though. They're looking for position first.
And here's another thing to mention. We haven't even talked about the dynamics of the loot pool and how it's going to play a factor already. This being the first ever, I guess, official competition of the new season, we're seeing every trio so far truly prioritize the tactical shotgun. Now, the tactical shotgun has undergone a couple changes, right? Like, it's gotten this recent small buff, but it's just enough to make it the favorite, I feel like, for the pros right now.
Yeah, it lets you have, a big shot to start off with, but then quick answers after that with, repeated fire. We didn't get to see that too much last season with the combat not being the prevalent option for so many people, but the tac works close range. You talk about loot pool changes though, Monster. You talk about how things are switching up in the boxes. That compact SMG, if you have it and you have the aim, even if you're on controller as well, diving into boxes, it is so lethal in close range.
Yes, and that's the thing. The compact SMG making a resurgence here. That's the hot topic, I think, of all the weapons and changes outside of the shotgun adjustments that obviously we're seeing here. That compact really does shred. And this is the first time in a while we've actually had two variants of the SMG, right? Because now we have the suppressed SMG and the normal SMG in the game as well. So I feel like we are going to see a bit of a mix-up in the loot pool. And then, of course, we talk about the new things, the changes. Riftfish, 0-point opportunities to do these dashing mechanics. Like, there's a lot going on here in the new season.
Yeah, there's one more that was added in the beginning, but is disabled for this tournament. That is the sand, right? You can even go super, super fast underground, catching up to trios, catching up to players. But yeah, right now, the end game meta has definitely switched up with these Riftfish basically being the biggest thing that people are using to stay up high in the sky. And it's just like your old Rift 2 goes. They stay there for about 10 seconds. The entire community around you in boxes ends up catching it. And then things get very, very aerial. We haven't seen that happen in so many seasons.
Without a doubt, Jenkins now using that Rift, or not the Rift, but the 0-point stones here to start getting the movement going. And the cool thing about this is that you can look in any which direction. Here's one thing we didn't really even think about. This dynamic of no upgrade machines makes playing for airdrops so much more important, right? Right there, you see them prioritize playing for this airdrop. One that was just granted them. Eagle's going to get knocked here, but hey, he gets rewarded with a tactical shotgun, an upgraded version of it as well, which is very, very good to see. But that's something that I think we're going to see a lot of players have to fight for these airdrops now if you want a good loadout.
Yeah, that's one thing that a lot of people ended up ignoring, at least in the most recent previous seasons. I feel like whenever an RPG is introduced, or the loot pool is kind of like very even on balance, that's when kind of, people go for the airdrops, they go for the power weapons, because it makes you have such a strong loadout compared to everyone else. It's not like every single person has a purple pump in the inventory like we saw last season now. Everyone's kind of dealing with an average loadout.
Without a doubt. Justin, Q the Wiz, and Homicidal. This is the team just outside the other squad that was up on the mountain here. Remember, they opened up with a bit of a knock somewhere just here shortly. This is a stacker of a lobby as well. 82 players up right now. We know that we're going to be seeing some Storm Surge kick into effect here shortly. So it is going to come down to a few players colliding on top of one another if they haven't already gotten their tags going.
I believe these guys are from the University of Michigan, playing over so far. Do have to get in zone fast. We're talking about the tags too. Got to make sure they're getting them on the way towards their base. And it's looking like we're going to be dry as a desert in game number 1. Is going to be a center kind of circle on the map. That 0 point might be in use as well if people end up high in the sky. But yeah, talking about a few of our teams also in the competition. Mars 7, BHEGS, one of the 2 teams with multiple first place finishes. That's the regular season though, right, Monster? When it comes to the end of it, the playoff portion, can they replicate that?
I mean, listen, we all know that finals day is a different demon, right? Compared to these lead up games when everything's on the line, it's about being able to step up and put up. Mars 7 and BHEGS here. They're from the University of Maryland though. They've had some history, right? They've of course played across this title for quite some time, played across the season. They've been a very much ingrained part of the community. So we'll see if they can actually get some more first places here, because I mean, it's all or nothing, right? Very limited amount of games in each of the heats. This here is just heat 1, game number 1. Obviously, the other heats kicked off as well. So it's going to be a matter of getting dubs, right? That'll really set you apart here for the heats.
And getting multiple dubs all start off from game number 1. So I'm curious to see exactly who's on top and who's kind of ahead of everyone else on that first game, right? Like that'll really set the pace for that specific team on the overall day, on the overall competition. It'll give us kind of, you know, some meters to judge as to who's doing well and who's doing poorly as well, starting off in heat number 1. But right now, it looks like everyone is kind of, you know, taking it really slow. They're waiting for that end game, saving their utility. Classic type of Fortnite action, a lot of boxes, a lot of shots from long range.
And it's how it should be. Heats are a lot of pressure, right? Heats are a lot of pressure. You're talking $100,000 on the line here in scholarship funding if you can make it to the grand finals and fight for that. So the big question is getting over this huge mountain here, the hurdle that is the heats. And with only 2 heats, with only 6 limited games, it all does come down to the wire. And that's why we're seeing very stacked games right now. And the crazy part about this is that the scrim competition, the scrim scene for PlayVS is equally as stacked. So like, talk about how they practice. Everyone in the PlayVS community actually favors a placement style of Fortnite, right? They favor a placement style of Fortnite. So for when you put the big money on the line now, and you put all the pressure on the line, we're absolutely seeing a lot of teams be a lot more passive.
Yeah, it's kind of from what you said earlier as well, the fact that it's trios. You have a bit more of a foundation, you know, it's not like you have just you and your mental in a solo competition. It's not you and a partner overall in duos. This is like a university-based team that's playing right now. So that kind of, you know, resilience stays active more so as well. Only 2 teams dropping out so far, 81 players alive. That surge is more than active. Look at that Rocket Man's team right now. They're 474 damage above. I hope their trio gets to stay alive because that number is dwindling down.
Yeah, Rocket Man and company, their best placement was a 3rd place finish in week number 4. So they have definitely had some moments of greatness, and it was later into the competition, right? Later into the season, showing that they were on an upwards trajectory. So being that that's where they left off on, how can they come in for the heats? How will they place out of the heats and possibly earn themselves something here for grand finals? Rocket Man looking for some tags here. 400 damage above the surge means that they have really been managing very well so far. And no eliminations either, right? So this is just based off of tags here. Here's something, again, we're watching the first iterations, the first dynamics of competitive Fortnite. They're sitting on top of these 0 point crystals, right? That is a strategy here, being that it's finished inside the sand zone. Everyone is. Look at this.
And the good thing about them too is you not only get these crystals, you're farming brick as you do this. So you end up, you know, recycling your materials. That's something default that everyone loves to do regardless. So this is the more than correct play for endgame Fortnite in general. And in this season, with the added addition of those 0 point stones, it just gets you so much more value, so much more of a benefit.
Without a doubt. Here's Zinno Drip, Levy DTV, and Flew on 51. I was doing a little live stream before the big show kicked off. Levy stopped by. He was excited about us jumping on the mic here to cast over it. So here it is. For some, it's a little dream come true. Not only to be this far, but, you know, to have the boys casting over them on an official stage here. This is going to be a very fun day so far. And the pressure now is where things are going to get real interesting. Zone 4 is about to kick in here. And we know If you got center zone on zone 4, that half and half out will most likely bless you. And this is where the entire game shifts. This is where all the bumping, all the mosh pitting begins to happen.
You're talking about the dream for Levy. It looks like it's kind of closer to reality with this team. About 4 eliminations already coming through. Not many other teams have that. Coming into this end game, they have basically choices for a lot more loot overall. And they have so many 0-point rocks. So these guys look closest to that game 1, I would say, win compared to everyone else, bar those teams in the zone.
Yeah, without a doubt, they definitely have the favor here. I am curious to see if they're going to eat these crystals and go for the rotate. Here it is. They're going to consume them. Now comes the edit. Time to get the move on. This allows them to dash again in any single direction. You can see it travels you a fair amount as well. This is still a matter of communication, though. You have to stick with your teammates right now. You have to move as a unit. Other players are going to be looking to do the same. And honestly, it might be a little blessing in disguise, the fact that they can't use the sand, right? Like some enemies can't use the sand to tunnel across. So everyone's going to be very much out in the open and exposed for these movements. Someone's going to take the Rift to Go, though. You saw that. Rift to Go fish players flying across the air. That's a game dynamic change there.
And that's all the new changes we have this season. We can still see those shockwave rotates coming through from a bunch of teams, lagging buses on the left, Rube Bizzle on the right side with Nanolo. But already, some trios drop down to just 2 players. Already some trouble for people in Paradise at the moment in Heat number 1 game. Number 1 of the PlayVS College Championship. And it's zone 4 that just ended up starting to move, locking into that half and half soon. Who on 51, once again, I say this team is the one to watch. As soon as you see some people with early game aggression and it goes successfully, they turn that into an amazing end game performance.
From the University of Texas at Arlington, UTA, this team right here, trying to put something together. Actually, scratch that. Might have pulled up the wrong team. This is from Westminster College. Levy DTV Zito Drip. What I was gonna say is they were down a man. You're hyping them up as a team to look out for. Yes, for sure. But the punishment, all right? The punishment that came in here. And that's the big problem. That's the big problem they're looking at right here.
I saw 0-point rocks. I saw some solid loadouts. I thought it was going to be all okay, but I guess I'm waking up now from that dream. These guys are too. Big reality check. Look at that Doinks, Stinky, and Berkey. On the other side, right beside that team we were just watching. We got some peppers. That big Dragon's Breath shotgun as well. Gonna be packing big damage. You only have 1 chance to land that shot.
For sure. And you can see this is the strategy here. Look out in the distance, figure out how to play this one out. Obviously now the rotate for the half and half out. The feed is lighting up as well. We got to start the stream off with Eagle, and also Levy D is going to get knocked there as well. So a lot of exchanges, and Jesse Jack is going to get the full conclusion there as Doinks, Stink, and Burke here are on the rotate right now. Why rotate around the outsides too is going to work out pretty nicely. Looking to pick themselves up off that low layer. Nicely done here. And now the decision is, though, will they put some pressure on? Jenkins by himself, 2 eliminations. Teammates already down. This is a fight just outside of the new zone, so he's got a long rotate as well to make.
Humongous rotate for a lot of people. I'm going to be seeing possibly a lot of utility used for many different teams. There's only 2 get to save it. There is Jenkins with the drop down solo play. 3 elims now. He's looking for, I think, eliminations being the only thing that can really keep him alive. Max mats, yes, but as soon as he gets pressured from a full trio, you will see what happens when you're a solo versus a squad. Hopefully he will make that rotate. It looks free so far right now, but he has a huge hurdle to get through. Look at all these players in this big base.
Yeah, definitely the start of a monolith here. The builds are gonna start stacking up on top of one another. Jelly worked his way outside the edge of the zone line here. No, getting pressured, shot a few times from different directions here. The scramble is real. Where are your teammates? Where is Mac OK? Speedy 23, it's a big split. That's the problem with Shockwaves, especially since, we have this hybrid of season duos, trios. It's a lot different. Seems like he gets a knock here on Anonymous. That's huge for him.
Huge, what you were mentioning were his teammates. I think he's at the front portion of that tarp. With him being stopped, that's all the momentum for the whole team put to rest for the moment. Luckily, though, they do have a little bit of the side of where the zone is going to pull. It's pulling back. They're on the left. That's good. But there's so many teams ahead of them. Just look at that mini map. 44 people left alive on this 6-zone rotation. You do have that 7 surge coming in as well. 14 people will need to go down in just 2 zones. I mean, this is looking jam-packed.
And there you have it. That one knock there was enough to definitely, you know, clear out the playing field a bit here and get himself to his teammates. And now they managed to huddle up together on high ground, though. Cat Daddy, Jake, and of course, Rocket Man here are looking down on the competition right now. Soy Domo still up as well by himself. Chenkin still maneuvering this low ground here as well. Remember, he doesn't have any teammates now coming into this. I see Will Guo still alive right now in this low ground too. OTP and Davo still there. Everyone's on the move. Riftfish though, an extra in the inventory here for Fat Like Cheese, Ocho, and Strip. What an interesting way to use these. I feel like we haven't seen these in so long. It's really going to mix up the dynamic of the end game.
Yeah, this is like some Season 8, Season 7 vibes coming right back to hit us in the nostalgic feels. But gotta remember, Shockwave's your 2. That end game flashy play you can make as a team with a solo as well. When your mats are fizzled out, you have none more left to use down the line. Goes back over though with Jelly, Speedy, and Mackle. These guys had the best position for the zone to move. Where's the next one? Again, actually bouncing back to their old builds almost. Looks like no, they'll find a new journey and direction and move forward still in the center portion of the map. It looks like we're actually leaving, going towards some grassy lands as the zone continues to pull this way. But these guys are having some trouble on their tarp. A lot of action going down on the rotate.
Without a doubt here. Back with Speedy and Jelly right now. The good wide shot too. Jake still controls high ground with his duo, and they are setting up the anti-shockwave base design here. That's what you like to see. Let's see how this is going to be able to play out here. Speedy putting the pressure in, and yes, they're going to find a knock there and a full Elin. Not only that, they will be able to pick up the full refresher there. Extra shields too for the road here now, so they will be able to conclude out and continue to rotate through. Sticking together as a squad now, elevates themselves up, and they're big vibing here in the mid layer.
Have enough time to pop those shields as well to make sure going into this end game they're full on all resources to be able to deal damage and take damage as well, because with these packs, but there no being one pump solutions towards every box fight, you will end up trading damage over and over again no matter what zone it is. So gotta be careful. Floors are already trying to be broken, but they end up securing it and are still staying secluded on their same layer. This is some great low ground type of action, but they're leaving the earth now. They're getting slightly more elevated. Don't want to be blocked off by any weird forming natural low ground. Still all sticking together, playing that placement. 12 chills up to live. That placement's trickling in as well. High flex getting an Elam in the feed. And here's another low ground churro watching. That's Titan, Flick, and Cascat. Also one layer up from that other low ground team we just saw.
Yeah, and that low ground is dangerous. You saw how quickly those sand dudes can sneak up on you. That'll really choke you up in those low areas, especially if you run out of material. Gotta be careful down here. 3 eliminations for this team already, and Mackle's gonna find one in the feed. Speedy finds another one there onto Will Goal, so already getting more and more. Here they go. Up for high ground they go, though. This is where the story changes now. It's Titan, Flick, and Cascat jockeying up for the height, and yes, he does control it. Their team is on height now. That is the prime position to be in as a full trio here, and all your materials. Speedy though, still looking for more fights now, looking to break into these walls. They're on the aggressive mid-layer push, and yes, they do. They find another knock now onto high flex, and they will be able to pick up that loot.
There's bodies falling from the sky. Strap and Oko go down, beamed off one of those fishes. Fact Like Cheese, no chance for him to be able to stay alive either. Speedy, Mackle, and Jelly are holding down. You were saying a new story on height, but the chapter of midground has not finished just yet. These guys are looking so good, and they're a full team that's alive.
That's right, and this is a team that has some history here since competition days at the FNCS. Let's see though, Speedy stepping through here, a little bit of a mistake as he was, looking at his teammate. This is the pressure being up high. Working together though, dropping down as a full team. They're gonna run through the low ground, and yes, they find every elimination down there as well. Is the siphon gonna be enough to keep them up though? They're just barely inside the new storm line. Mackle K gets trusted out, and no, Jelly falls too. Speedy falls as well. Mackle gets beamed from high ground, and it's Titan, Flick, and Cascat who walk away with the victory royale.
That was a victory royale of trios proportion in a sense, because it was full 2-3 teams left alive, battling out on different layers. When they finally met the healthier one who made the better decisions, were alive at the end. tactical gameplay. Not really a pop-off super moment. It was just very well secluded for the winning team.
Yeah, it just worked out that way for Maryland Esports Training Academy there for taking the first victory royale. Hey, man, that's just how the end game works out. You saw it there, though. That Rift to go fish, all of a sudden now, unlocking key eliminations for the next one around. But either way, we're hopping right into the next action. Heat 2 is also happening at the same time right now. So game 1, Heat 2, we'll be able to see the end of that action. Mongrel falls there. And that's a team that had all kinds of fake names there. So I don't know what kind of cheer they got, but this is their end game. These are their final moments now, Shyo.
Yep, and this is a duo, not a three-man squad all the way to the very end. There's a shockwave going straight up for Height. Thanks is in there, trying to just delay it off, trying to say that you cannot take Height from me. But a quick shot comes down from Tax, who's making this aerial warfare seem absolutely flawless. And it is. Him and Thanks end up winning out Heat number 2's game number 1.
Just like that, I believe that was University of Wisconsin here now, stepping up to the plate and taking their victory out for Heat 2 game 1. Remember, guys, there are 2 heats happening simultaneously here. That game was a lot different than the previous one, though. You talk about a team that seems to be dominating that entire end run there. Was it 7 eliminations for Phantom?
Yeah, it was close. It was like, has had the hardest lure to control from height and low, but at the same time, got so many elims. And that was all desert style, right? There were no like houses you could refarm. There weren't any crystals you could take over again because everyone used them. But then in Heat number 2, it looked like we were going, from a big POI, leaving it, staying mountainous, something that we've seen last season. 2 very different heats, 2 very different games.
Yeah, definitely. And we have Reese, someone who is obviously watching all this competition closely with us as well, to continue to break down the action. I think Reese is going to be looking at probably setting the stage up here for the Heat 1 and initiator, and then we'll lead into that Heat 2. Here it is, Reese up on the screen right now. Reese, what's up, bro? What do you think about those games? Obviously, it was pretty chaotic, right? A lot happening at once.
Very, very chaotic. Love to see it. Very, very exciting. There's a ton of kind of smaller things that we saw coming out there. I was trying to focus on drop spots most importantly. Lots of places that obviously new on the map right now. New POIs, old POIs have kind of changed. And all of those new POIs were uncontested, but none of those guys came in the top 5. So a little bit of an insight straight away into kind of how these positions and these new spots are doing for the new map.
That's really, really interesting. So you're saying that all these new drop spots, some of which have some pretty great loot, material, and all well-rounded kind of loadouts you can pick up, were all completely uncontested.
All completely uncontested. And here's something. The Stealthy Stronghold team came out of there with 2 Riftfish and Shockwaves. Yeah, didn't manage to get through the first moving zone. So really, really strong kind of loot performance coming out of there. Definitely a POI, which is looking extremely good coming up in the future. However, at this point, not particularly performing coming out of there first straight away. But we're going to see some of these other spots do the exact same thing. A lot of really good loot coming out. Riftfish and fishing in particular being very powerful.
Yeah, like that Heat number 1, it just felt like because everyone was trying to get greedy with those 0-point stones, maybe that was kind of the thing that tripped up Trios even having an uncontested drop spot. We'll have to see, though. That was a very unique type game from start to finish.
Yeah, definitely. The standings are ready there. So let's just go ahead and pull those up right here as we continue to talk about, these players and obviously the dynamic of the drop spot in the new season here. Shyo, let's talk about this standing. This is from Heat number 1, game 1 here. 45 points, the first place for Flick, Cascade, and Titan.
Yeah, these guys are so far ahead, and it's a placement type game mode right now in terms of what we're playing in the format. So it's not going to be like you need to drop, some insane type of eliminations to catch up. You'll have to end up playing that game straight out to the end. Behind them, Mackle, Speedy, and Jelly. We saw them on the mid ground take that final fight there in second. Third, we have Christox, AJ, and Cario, who we didn't see too much of from our perspective in the game. We did see a lot of Mars 7 BHEX from mid all the way to the end.
Yeah, and this is the 26th time that they have placed in a top 5. 26th time that Mars 7 and BHEX have placed in the top 5 through all the regular season, and they're obviously continuing that now. This team has won 5 of the weeks. Out of the 10 that we had, including the preseason, they have come in the top 3 5 different times. So this is a team who's already starting off very, very strong in this game 1, and I expect them to do exactly that.
What's standing out to me, though, is their lack of eliminations, but their consistency with placement. We'll see, because this is a game mode that is very much favoring placement style. So that is going to be something pretty important. Let's continue to swing through, though. We have other pages to look at as we continue to round things out. You have Senjo, Jesse, and Raska kicking off there for 9th, and Whale, CB8, Anthems, and Kinster up in the top 10. but this is where things start to break down. But again, it's so early in the competition, right, guys? I mean, Shyo, it's only game 1 of 6. If you're up in this top 16 right now, you're on a pretty good track right now.
Yeah, you have a pedestal, right? You have those extra 10 points, and you'll see as we see the games go forward and forward, that consistency will show up. I mean, Reis, how important is consistency in a tournament with multiple games?
It's everything. It's completely everything. In particular, in a format that's way more placement heavy, you're just going to have to be consistent every single game, because if you pop off with a large elimination game, high elims, it's not going to impact the scoreboard as much as if you had done it with consistent placement, again, because it is placement threshold. So, you know, these players who are going to be consistent have to do it. And, you know, all these guys you're seeing that now, 17th all the way down to 24th, one game, it doesn't mean them anything. It doesn't mean anything at this point. There's still 5 more to go. And if they're consistent in these next 5, that's going to push them all the way up the leaderboards.
That's right. This is just the start of the competition here. That was your Heat 1 standings to round things out. Obviously, we know already the story is being developed here. For our first place team, was it Cat, Flute, and company there? A 45-point game 1 is pretty decent, but the margin is so tight up towards the top. And to lean into what Reis brought to the table here, these drop spots being uncontested in trios, there's not a lot of drops that should be uncontested. There's just not enough loot on the map, but that was the last season. Maybe the narrative's changed, right? We have a lot more loot now, so that makes an interesting discussion here.
One of the things that I actually found interesting, I was talking a bit about fishing before, right? But one of the things that was interesting is that all the way at Camp Cod, there was 2 teams contesting this drop spot. There wasn't a huge amount of contention through other drop spot, but this was. And it exactly goes back to what I was talking about. Really, really good spot for fishing. So all these teams are already realizing that getting good amount of rift fishes is extremely important for those moving end games. And that's why we're seeing these kind of spots that have more fishing availabilities, just more contested right now.
Without a doubt here, but I'm not sure if that was a call to get into the game action here or not, but it looks like things are definitely happening. Yes, the competition is going to continue to roll on here. We're going to have another round here. Reis, thanks for hopping on, of course, and giving us your expert breakdowns, a little bit of insight. Obviously, more to come from Reis as we continue to hop in and out here. The heat stay is going to be crazy. So, seems like game number 2s are being spun up right now. We'll be jumping right into this.
We're staying busy, man. Those wheels on the battle bus keep turning game after game between 2 heats. And right now we're tuning in with Cinnamon Pancakes, Fuzzy McWhiskers, and Steve McSweat. I'm liking these names.
Yeah, Steve McSweat, this is the guy from the last season that was popping off, and Fuzzy here. We also got a pleasure of getting to hear from them at the very end of it all, too. Quick little interview with the boys here. This time around, Cinnamon Pancakes is joining up, so they have the most vibrant of usernames, without a doubt, at the Steamy Stacks. So the old POIs, the good old trusties here being the ones that are contested.
That just with that new pool of loot, we'll see tax being used primarily for all these early game fights. The weapon of choice, the strongest weapon, I would say, for close quarters combat in the early game. You have so much ammo to use and shoot with as well. You can hit above 100 if you're close enough range with those headshots. But these guys are not looking to super break down fighting just yet. They want to make sure they're all together, healed up properly. I mean, this is actually the most unique type of getaway situation I've seen. They're staying box to box already, like an end game early at Steamy Stacks.
I love it. This is trios competition. One false move and it's all over. Raska looks like he's on top of the reboot van, and yes, he pulls it off. They're too far to actually hear the audio, and just like that, the small advantage that they might have had, Steve McSweat didn't realize he already made it to the reboot van. So this is a reset. It's another 3v3 situation being set up here, and they're I mean, kind of on the back foot right there, kind of choked out of what remainder loot is at the main building. That's the majority of it, and the rest of the team doesn't have a lot of shield.
The rest of the team not having that much shield, but I believe that these guys do have position and possibly materials in just a little bit. They can back off to that, you know, double silo Steamy factory that has a bunch of chest spawns as well. They can also end up going in like Steve McSweat did right there, taking a few chests from the buildings. The other team might end up looting Senjo and company there on that side. But we're tuning in with another classic POI, the biggest one possibly on the map right now in terms of chest size, in terms of overall position on the map, Lazy Lake. And there's multiple teams dropping at this spot.
Yeah, this drop spot is slept on here. This drop spot is so slept on. You know, like you said, one of the biggest and tons of loot available, but there's a lot of teams here right now. So again, these old trusty drops are the ones that seem to have the most action right now. There's a squad just outside the wall there. It seems like the squad here is going to go in and base on up one another. Wait a second. wait. I was thinking they were going to switch loot or something. I'm not sure what just unfolded, but unfortunately for Kinster, he wasn't quite ready there. And it seems like he might have been tabbed out. No,
I believe that was an NPC available.
Was that an
Lazy
NPC?
Lake. Yeah, that's
oh,
because
gosh.
I've never seen a player have 400 HP unless there's a new item that's available
Makes
in the
sense.
game.
Dude, makes sense. You know, listen. Yeah. I got to get my mind in the action. I forgot all of these drop spots are potentially housed by NPCs. Obs, never show me that kind of shot again. You confused me. I wasn't sure. Come on. I'm a professional. I swear, guys.
That happens like that. The new season comes through kind of fast. I mean, I think it's because we're more so polite, right? Like, we see NPCs, we respect them. We're not going to be shooting down people in their natural habitat, just trying to make a living. Although I believe that NPC was specifically, I forget the name, but centered around stealing overall in general. But, you know, either way, Lazy Lake, there's stuff going down.
Yeah, a lot going down, like my reputation here after that call. But you know what? I'll sink on my ship. I'll fall on my sword. Ultimately, though, here's another team. There is still a 3v3 standoff going on right now. And they have, I guess, the disadvantage here. The smaller building of sorts, so the elevation is not in their favor. Anavi here takes a little bit of fall damage, though. Now he has to get to dig lean and true on the other sides. Rotate's going to come through. It's going to cost them a little bit of material. They're actually pretty far behind considering how we're getting into the later portions of the early game. The loot not quite capped out material-wise, and they're forced to get pushed out, right? Pushed out of the drop spot in full.
Yeah, one thing you mentioned about Lazy Lake, I want to bring up again, being one of the best spots on the map, a lot of teams dropping here. The big thing, too, is that this is a general known fact for everyone playing the game. Not only do a lot of people like landing and claiming the spot, it's kind of like a rotation centerpiece for the entire south portion of the map. You see Misty Meadows teams going through Lazy Lake. You see Catty Corners teams rotating through here. Maybe, you know, going for some extra loot that's laying around now with NPCs picking up an extra bounty as well that could be available. But there's a lot that ends up happening here. And if you end up staying for too long, that 2-team situation can turn into like a 4-team, a 5-team situation if you're not careful enough.
Yeah, definitely. It's one of the most important things about any team-based game mode, or any game mode in general, right? The way you take your action in your fights. You want to conclude them quick. The more sound you make, the more noise you make, the more likely you are to have just others collapse on top of you and make things a lot more weird for you and tougher for the situation at hand. Ultimately, though, seems like they get out safe and sound here, possibly walk away with a few tags to set them up for Storm Surge. 91 players remaining here. So we know that, once again, we're looking at quite a stacker. This time around, looks like all trios managed to get into the round as well. So this is a full 33 teams here. No one's left out the Battle Bless.
I mean, Surge is going to be the biggest factor. And although we haven't talked about it too much with the introduction of NPCs, I believe they might even count for Surge. So the hunt of going to a POI fast, being able to do that damage, you're going to want to be careful as well in taking peaks like D-Line is. Every tag will switch things up for every single trio available on the server.
Here's a big fight going on right now, and there's another trio stepping into it. So this is about to be a 9-way battle. That's a full house party right here, if I've ever seen one. And it's on the Desert Storm, so I hope they brought their drinks because they're going to have to sustain out for quite some time right now. It's Sky and company who are just nearby, tunneling their way in just shortly. How's it all playing out? Okay, so they're on top of the old Dusty Divot.
One Dusty Depot building in the way. I don't think much is going to break down right here. Maybe a few tags left and right, but to commit to a fight in this open of an area, knowing there's teams around, bad decision. I don't think that Vitro Fanboy, Juwop, or Brick are going to be moving forward with that. They're just looking for the tags and looking to stay center circle. Yeah,
but those tags were enough to bring back the other team's, I guess, attention. The one that's just in the low ground, they were disengaging and ran right back. That's Slight, Reliable, and Jax here. Yeah, here's their perspective. Also, fairly comfortable as far as the loot goes. Whole team pretty decent on HP. They have a vehicle for the exit as well, but their material count is pretty far behind. Great little angle for them right there to open up, and yes, it's an all-out gunfight here, back and forth. Seems like Slight and company do get tagged just a little bit. This is a messy battle.
This is a war, man. There's like Builds being placed down. There's no man's land in the middle every time someone takes a peek. They get all their shields taken out. And you got to realize, you said it, Monster, we're in the middle of a desert. These shields are basically acting as that hydration, and these guys are running out faster and faster. Slight already took all of his shield down. There's a person on the other trio who was moving down who got his shield taken down twice. They got to be careful because look how far you have to move to get to any other type of building, any other type of place where you can get more loot.
Yeah, but you know what? The way this desert works out, there's actually so much more loot here than there was before. Just look at this. They're just moving basically pillar to pillar. I saw Reliable there pick up a stack of minis that was just on side of the RV there. So a lot more floor loot dispersed across the desert. It's kind of the opposite of what you'd expect in the desert. You know, usually you'd be trapped out and lost with all hope, right? All hope gone. Not this time. This time you have a fair amount to work off of. So it's gonna play out. It's gonna play out well. They managed to get back up and to a building, right? Get their loot back together.
Back to that old classic gas station. Been here for multiple seasons. Barely ever even changed. Somewhere you know you can find a little bit of metal on the rotation. No one else has actually hit this gas station just yet from any other side so far, which is kind of surprising. But I guess the team over at NU will be able to just recycle the whole thing. Get their materials up. Jax right now completely out of wood after that previous engagement. These guys will need to have a little bit of downtime to refresh, but just look out, Monster, on the bottom side of that mini map. There are teams looking left and right for potential tags if things end up going down.
Absolutely. You can see here, there's a team flying on in. That's that Rift to Go fish. Someone using it to get outside the storm line. That could be disastrous for that player flying on by. Obviously, if he gets spotted out, but it doesn't seem like that's going to happen this time. Here's Wilgo, Rhino, and King getting their farm on right now. Very strong loadout, actually. Tactical, legendary shotgun in the inventory here. Pretty decent for what it's worth. 92 players still up, so no one's been dropped. If anything, someone just got rebooted since the last time I called to it. So this next Storm Surge is going to be a battle of the fittest. Remember, that's going to have players fall down to, what is it, 70 is the cutoff, the dry cutoff for the first time around.
22 people, if my grade 3 math serves me correctly.
Yeah.
And past that, too, you're talking about loadouts being decent. I would say this is a loadout fit for a king, maybe a prince, because there's not that much rotation on it. But if you're getting into a box fight and it's against Wilgwell, you are on paper losing 10 out of 10 times with that stacked loadout.
Without a doubt here. But actions speak louder than words, so they're going to have to get to it because the zone's on its way now. 2 minutes on the clock here before things are going to start closing out. We're going to manage to pick up King now. Reintroduction of the tactical AR. That's a cool one. It's a hybrid weapon of sorts.
I mean, I would say the best thing about it is that your team needs to have more time being online with long-range fire, right? You get to split up the ammo, medium and light, and have long-range options on both ends. It's huge for pressure. But in a close-range fight, it's not going to deal as much damage, even long-range too. So you can get tags with just at that cost because those light bullets will end up doing less damage.
And we'll go here. Once hailed on mobile, definitely where he had his rise to prominence, playing on PC now. And not only that, in the collegiate esports space here, very interesting to see his, story unfold here for the Fortnite community. Very strong spot for them, but this is not a safe zone. They're not safe here. They're gonna have to move off shortly. Yes, shots already coming off in the distance. Here's a fight though. Ocho, Cheese, and Strip under some serious issues right now. Has to step out and pop a big pot. Already digging into what little heals they have.
We can talk about the difference between this team in game number 1 and 2. It was fights like these that ended up, as Monster said, taking away all their shield reservoirs, taking away a lot of ammo, a lot of rotation already. And you can see it with Strip right now. He's already one, inventory spot less. I would even say with that fishing rod, he has 2 free completely. These guys, I think, need to win this fight if they want to end up surviving till that end game. It's the same zone 2, Monster. That desert centralized circle, it's going to be the same teams we saw ending up making the good plays and mistakes before, possibly repeat history.
Almost reminds me of how often we saw Stark Industry in the last map. Now, we're just going to see a lot of center zones. It seems like that's going to be the play here. This time, though, it is going to pull pretty far, right? They got to go pretty far here. Northeastern, it's going to be a max draw, this seems like, for this squad here. So they're on the outer edge here. It's Domo, who just came out the zone with his teammates, Nertz and Davo there. So they're under the impression that they're weak, but they're really not. They're all already healthy. Too much time has elapsed since. Shockwave's going to come out, though. They don't want to sit here under this line of fire. They don't want to also dig into the builds that will cost to get out of the line of sight here. Kind of interesting, though, right? Because they can play for the drop, too. It's there.
I might almost want to just call this in terms of this team is not surviving no matter what they have. Even if they had a full stack of Ripfish here, Monster, just like look at the teams on the top right side of that mini map. Look at as soon as the shockwave goes down, that fire will start. You will not be able to get out of this spot unscathed.
Yeah, but that other team's actually in a fight. Here's a quick look at them. So yes, he's gonna come in hot, but someone gets traded out immediately on the draw spot there. So Juwop, Brick, and Sky managed to find themselves a bit of a refresher here and get back into the game. Domo, Nertz, and Davo, that was the team that just rotated through. We thought they would have been focused, and actually that was we were sitting on this squad for a while here at the depot. So finally this fight has concluded, and it's cost Slight his life here in the run. He is out. He is back to the lobby. It's up to Jackson Reliable now to play out by themselves. That was a long and extended fight. They got to the cafe here, but it seems like it didn't quite end there for them.
Possible chance of the reboot if Colossal Coliseum is in play. It is. These guys could go for that miracle play, but it might just be a dual situation right there. Everyone getting situated once again. We're kind of already splitting the earth in half with grass and hills on one side and then desert dunes on the left with a POI. So depending on where this zone pulls, we'll have a very different endgame to watch.
Yeah, definitely. And this is still an interesting endgame, right? The Coliseum is completely indestructible. This outer layer is. The interior, all completely farmable, but the exterior, you cannot exit. So if you're inside of it, you want to be playing that upper railing without a doubt. Hopefully you have some mobility to move off of as well. Otherwise, it is not a favorable drop spot. The place to be right now is definitely that river bend right in the middle where the grass and desert meets. You want to be in the middle of the zone 3 here if possible.
And this is something really cool I'm looking at with this zone. On the left side, because there's not, too many dunes even from this desert standpoint, a lot of people are ending up choosing their rotations based off of other people's bases and builds. You have trios stacked up next to each other, side by side, very close. You're kind of stopped in your tracks. Meanwhile, on the right side, you can still play off the land. You have trios separated by, some landmarks. One trio on a big hill. We have trios on a bridge. As you mentioned, people choosing the riverbed. So on the right side, you'll have a lot of people available to beam, available to choose their position. On the left, though, all these people at the Coliseum, they will have their story dictated by other trios around them. There is less freedom on the left side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, it's reminiscent of the dead side, as we like to call it here in the zone, that northern portion and northeast portion being just that, right? There's not a lot of players there, but everyone's already on the cut, already on the move here. King, Rhino, and Wilgo have some competition above them, no. It seems like it's a Navi. We just got to see a bit of them sitting right on top of them. Here's a look at the Coliseum itself. Rubaville, Nano, Kilroy on the rotate through. Who's that? Rispy, Shiro, and Wavik inside still, possibly trying to farm what they can before it's time to go. This is what I meant by having some mobility to use here. They're trying to set up the crash pad play or the bouncer. Shockwave on out. Yep, it's time to go.
Other team's time to arrive, though, at the Coliseum. Not sure what Siphon's doing exactly. He was W King the game before, but now in a little bit of trouble. Here's King with Wogo watching all the rotations break out. These guys already in zone. And remember, we talked about the freedom available on the desert side. Look, they're already attached to 2 different trios around them. Box to box, on top / below. There's an entire kind of community building on this left side. It can only grow larger because there's still 5 trios left to come to the circle.
Big elimination there, though, in the feed. Mars is going to find one. I know I was throwing a couple jabs at them for not finding a lot of elims in that game 1, but this time around, our most consistent team, we could call our hottest up and runners, besides the duo champions of Sweaty And them, oh, nice shot here onto Heights there, who's gonna get dropped. It's just a knock though, right? It's hard to get these full elims in trios unless you're, unless everyone starts to fire, and it costs a lot of material to just do that. And here's the team I was talking about, our champions, Fuzzy, McWhiskers, Steve McSweat here, still looking to play. It's the fun fact about this. I'm pretty sure Fuzzy and Cinnamon are actually brothers, right? So they round out this trio, so they're family members. And then you have Steve and Fuzzy, who are the ex-champions from Season 0. So this whole entire team dynamic is very, very fun to watch because Steve, McSweat, and Fuzzy are like best friends here. They've known each other for forever. And then they pick up Cinnamon, the broski, right, of the teammate. Like, look at that.
That's actually nice. That's synergy. Totally. But you got to remember, too, right now, no matter who you're playing with, Surge is about to start to be active in just a little bit. There's some teams that were just on the line, like we saw with Kings. That sniper was not only crucial, as you mentioned, Monster, for the knock, but for that damage, putting them above. Now with Jax reliable, and Slight's not here, as we saw why before. They had that fight over at the depot. These guys are only 120 damage above Surge. That will trickle down fast. They need to make this rotate, which they will with the shockwave, but then after that, deal some damage.
Let's see what kind of damage is going to be able to be dealt from Jackson. Reliable as a two-man team only. Have to operate with one another here. Reliable's going to shockwave himself out. Okay, so he doesn't even want to take the risk of tunneling across. Instead, he's going to waste one of those shockwaves to get to his teammate. He still has bouncers and a shockwave available, so plenty to make the next rotate. 60 damage above the threshold as it just ticks over, so they manage to stay alive right now coming into this game here. Big elims lighting up the feed right now, though, as everyone's starting to collapse on top of one another. Another stacker of an endgame is going to be before us here. 48 players are up alive right now. And that means the next surge, that's going to be a 30-point cutoff. So, again, close to 20 players or so each time the surge comes around have to get into some fights.
It'll be tricky because just look at the way the zone is laid out again. It is still completely split down the half by a river on both sides as that half and half ends up closing in. Chiro spread across the entire distance of the circle. So no matter where it pulls, there will be someone at a complete disadvantage. We'll see what that happens in just a second. There it is, pulling towards the northern side, still having that no man's land of a river in play. Wavik on his own. That's troublesome for him. He has a lot of trios to get through. Might not be able to survive this one too quick.
Let's see if Wavik can put CSUF on his back right now, as he is the sole member alive right now. 3 elims for the team. Not too bad already leading into this. You can see his points right there at 8. So, again, a bit of a shaky start for him, but they're closing up the gap right now. Any placement points would be much, much appreciated for this man right now because he needs them. He doesn't have any mobility, doesn't have any heals either. He's going to find a bouncer here to use and recycle. In the air he goes. Oh my, takes a shot, doesn't hit it. That might be the end of him. We'll see if he ends up surviving that in just a bit here. On the other side, though, I hear rifts to goes going off already from just under the ops camera, and everyone else bouncing into the new zone line. Big names still alive here, though, are Mars, B-Hegs there in the mid-ground with a long tarp. Different type of rotate for them, though.
Very different on height. We have Steve and their trio we've been watching since the beginning of the game. Stay up top on alternate height just for now. We know those Rift Fish and those Shockwaves are in place, so that could get a little bit more volatile as this zone continues to shrink over and over. Jake, though, picking up an elim. DMA is going to be looking in a little bit of trouble on the health pool. Dip is already down. Him and Sage have to find something. Possibly it's not going to be there. Calamity is at hand, not only in the skin, but the damage too. He gets taken out, but Steve is still active on height. He takes out Mackle, our second place team.
That's right, but our Heat 1 Game 1 winners are still here. Titan, Flick, and Cascat. Remember, they had a substantial lead up. Now at 56 points, Rift to Goldfish is going to come out, and up they go. They drag a couple people with them, though. There's other players in the air. Yes, it's going to be shared by a multitude of players, and this is the play, right? You float. You stay up here. You try to buy yourself time. Look, players are getting dropped now. 14 duos remain. When are you going to take the dive? Here it is. They decide, okay, time to go down. They get right underneath high ground and actually play for the mids now. But the elevation on down, they want to continue to stick with one another. Who is calling the shots here? Either way, it's great plays right now. They're in the mid-ground layer, and they're looking comfortable.
This is literally deja vu, the same way they ended up winning game number 1, controlling a higher mid-ground layer, taking out the height team with beams. Titan, oh my god, that heavy AR is hitting very heavily. Big shots, 2 elims back to back. Quick is there for the damage too. The pepper will be popped soon. We'll see these guys moving fast, layer to layer. There's a quick refresh coming in too for the materials that Flick needs so badly. There it is, 60 total mats now, 4 elims for this trio. This is looking like a repeat win.
And talk about the patience from Flick there to not just go and use all the chug splashes selfishly because his team didn't need it. He actually waited for the siphon pickup, and there it is. He gets the minis to go for it. Someone's going for high ground. Seven and Begs are going up. Mars is coming up as well. It's a battle for height. These are your biggest names right now in Heat 1, all going toe-to-toe now, and it's a fight on high ground. Flick, Cascat, and Titan, though, are just in a low here, letting everything else unfold. Fuzzy's still alive here. He finds a knock. Seven's going to find one as well. And all of a sudden now, Cascat, Flick, and Titan might be walking their way to a free victory here.
Man, Seven's getting elims. Mars is there too. He takes out Fuzzy McWhiskers, who had that height for the whole total game, but someone needs to stop Titan. These guys are letting the action just play around them. Already 5 points ahead in the lead and first on the leaderboards. They can get a second win back-to-back. BX now also in trouble off of height. They don't have ultimate control anymore. Rocket Man's gone up and gotten some elims. He got taken out by Homicidal. BX now making a play up for height. There it is, the elim on the kid. Easy pickings, but there still is his trio still alive in this endgame.
Yeah, definitely. They're still alive here, and they're operating all as a team now. 8 eliminations for the whole crew, and you can see the shots are coming down, the pressure's coming in. Maryland Esports Training Academy, though, gets shockwaved out, and no, they're split flying all out to the storm line. That's a team that we didn't expect to make such a mistake, but now they're going to pay the price. They're going to pay the health price, and there it is. Titan somehow finds his way to new zone and gets the knock there too, but it's Beggs, Marks, and Seven. They have such an advantage now off of that one single misplay there.
That misplay was so crucial for these guys to be able to maintain their height. It's good for them so far. On the last mat, though, is BHEX. These guys have to be able to do something now. They have no mats left, which is what it looks like. This will have to be a 3-man drop-down play. It starts. There's BX on the actual front side, and he lands the shot onto Rhino, stopping the animal in his tracks and gaining that victory royale.
And there you guys have it. One of our most consistent teams take the victory royale there for game 2 of Heat number 1. That was University of Maryland there. Only 3 placements outside of the top 5 coming into new season. This time now a 3rd place in the previous run and a victory royale for the second. Heats, they got it on lock here, Shyo.
I can see exactly how these guys are so good at having repeat wins every season, at being on top. It seemed like it was kind of a risk, but you have to take those risks to get rewards.
We definitely do have to see it. Let's see it, though. Game 2, Heat 2 is also unfolding right now. Let's see what kind of action we can catch here as things are playing out there. Here it is. Ooh. It's an end game. It's Stevie Stacks. There's a lot to digest here, but the takeaway, high ground, DJ, Mike, and Carpsy looking to play off of that.
Yep, when we saw Steamy Stacks be a little bit of a hot spot in Heat number 1, game number 2 in the early game. Now in the late game, things switch up. It's not something you can easily disengage from when it comes to a fight. There isn't no hiding spot in Steamy really to make sure you are staying secure. Duke is trying right now to keep his box kind of untouched, but the sprays are still coming through.
Yes, pressure coming in everywhere. Shockwaves, though, they have a lot to work with here to stay alive here for the foreseeable future. But Rift to Go Fish is going to come out as soon as the wall gets shot. And okay, they're going to go for the flyby, hanging out up in the air. Remember, last we checked in, Michigan State University was on high ground. It was Mike Carpsy and DJ. They were chilling out just there. How are they going to be able to play this out, though?
There's 2 layers of rifts up in the sky. River obviously being the first one overall who popped it earlier. Another 2 teams ahead of them up top too. So although it might look like they have second height, it's essentially a 4th height if this other team ends up dropping down. Here's Arrow, Dylan, and Derpy, a team we're familiar with and watching many other tournaments as well. Play it out over here in Steamy. Still 14 trios left alive. These guys are looking so good in the loadout. Chuck splashes and shockwaves available with that bouncer. They can make these end game plays.
Yeah, definitely. 4 elims though for Arrow and Dylan. Not too bad for the crew. Power loadout, 6 chug splashes. They are set up for so much success here. All they have to do is steamroll to another team and just stay alive for a little longer. Placement points are definitely being accrued right now as they are 12 duos left in the game. Can they break into top 10 just a little longer? It should be a surefire way. There it is. Another team gets dropped. One step closer now to more placement points. This is such a placement point heavy game. Everyone who's in top 10 now is definitely breathing a sigh of release here. Let's see though, Toasty Waffle falls in the feed, control down, dash down now too. Gage is still in this endgame here. Where is Gage and what is he doing right now? He just found 2 or 3 eliminations for himself. Connor's gonna find one again as well. Mike 69 is by himself. He's the last member alive. Bad shockwave out to the zone. He goes into the new. He comes. Still 400 material though. He's chilling.
400 mats are all wood though, so gotta be careful with the strength of those builds. Bopper's there for the zone place. Subo right here with Harsh. Also in his own touch spot. Lots of mats available for him. No fish though, so I have to stay inside the safe zone. His shield getting taken out in an instant by that high ground team. These guys are very accurate. It's River actually who has that control. Harsh takes a moment to heal up. Floyd, Smarty, and Twitch though taking shots. Connor with another elimination onto ZM7. So their team is popping off on that low ground. Scrub gets shoved all the way forward into Storm. There's a person all the way in the river ahead. There's no way that guy can stay alive. River though is getting shots up on height. Harsh just waits for all this action to throw down.
Yeah, he's just waiting, trying to time his opportunity here to come in. Here's Connor's perspective. 4 eliminations, 8 for Gage, 2 for Exceed. They're popping off here. 14 elims for the boys themselves here. You know, this is crazy. Just with that alone, they have to be crushing this heat here. Up he goes. They want a piece of the high ground. He tries to send him flying, but no, doesn't have the opportunity. Instead, ends up cranking out there, and control is his, but his teammates down. It was one bad play. Now, though,
Awesome.
They're just sitting in it.
Sitting in it, we're waiting. Connor's all the way up top. Goes down for the shots. There it is. Gets the tag. Gets the finish. And though because it was from the Storm, but doesn't get the siphon onto Arrow. Dylan with the flopper down below. It'll turn up into a heal game. End game of sports. Capsy at the bottom. The final drop down, but Dylan doesn't make it.
9 eliminations for his team, but Carpsy, DJ, and Mike walk away with 4 elims for them. And just like that, you have it. Your game 2, Heat 2, just closed out. But what a game for Connor, Gage, and Exceed there. Definitely by far the most elims in that run.
Yeah, sometimes it's not about getting that VR. It's also about those consistent teams like Connor's having huge elims. We've seen it in tournaments before. I have to say that trio is the MVP trio of that game.
So far, we'll definitely see it. Oh, but we do have Reese here, too, to break down these leaderboards really quickly before we toss to a short intermission here. Reese, my man, talk to us.
Everyone talked about Connor and his team. I can't just say Connor, but he did pop off, and for good reason. They were by far the most aggressive team throughout all of this season so far. 14 eliminations, which is obviously a huge game, but they've set previously the maximum record in college games with 27 eliminations already so far. So this is very unsurprising. These guys are kicking it so well right now.
Yeah, definitely. They're popping off. I mean, you saw the 14 there. Almost a victory royale as well. If Gage hadn't fallen to the zone there, they might have just had it. You saw those final players didn't have a lot of health.
Yep. And then past that too, we think we have, unless you have a few things to say too, we have the wrap up of the leaderboard for heat number 2 so far. Harpsy with that win in first place.
Yeah, and you can see right here, Connor's team has kind of pushed themselves up into that 3rd place slot after this. Their first game only 10th with 2 eliminations. So again, we talked about consistency. They're going to need to kind of do it a little bit better and consistently do that throughout their next few games to do that. In that first place though, don't want to let them be overshadowed by Connor, Exceed Gage's big elimination game. But we've got Mike, Carbsy, and DJ.
Yeah, definitely. And you can see their average placement 2.5. So definitely have been in those end games. They've been running it, and that victory royale steps them up one step closer. Tax Phantom and Thanks, we saw a bit of them coming out of game 1. Seems like they maintain their consistency. But I think the big thing to talk about is definitely the fact that Connor, Gage, and Exceed close a massive gap, because with how many points they got in that round, for them to get all the way up to 3rd place shows that they didn't have a great game 1, right? Those 2 elims in 10th place just wasn't a lot. But now they're very much up there.
Yeah, past that too, when it comes to Dylan with that 2nd place, gets them on that 1st page. Going through these though, we can see some fake individuals over there at 9th place. You know, your brand, you want to throw it away, that's fine, but their game and their overall tournament is not with the 9th place overall. They're close to being in that top 8.
And this is a team that we talked about that we need to get this consistency. 4 eliminations and 4 eliminations, which is, you know, that's a good amount. On kind of our winners, we're usually seeing somewhere between 5.5 to 7 in these kind of finals kind of performances, so they're a little bit shy of that, 1 or 2 more per game, and they're absolutely chilling. But again, placements in 12th and 5th, certainly not as consistent as we'd like to see yet, but definitely a really good start, putting them up into 9th. Next 4 games, they can do really good.
Yeah, definitely. We want to continue to power through these leaderboards here. As you can see, obviously the competition is getting closer and closer. The margins becoming tighter and tighter here, even on your 3rd page. Now we're seeing a lot of those same points reoccurring, right? 16th place tie-ups, 15, 12, 11, a little bit of a drop off there as we get into our last page now. And remember, all these names, these are also names we saw in the previous season 0 as well, the kickoff in the spring. So again, competition getting closer and closer, and this is just the heats. This here is just heat number 2 for you all at home, of course, just tuning in. Next up is going to be game 3, right? We still have 4 more games to go here for the competition, for the Play vs. Fall 20 College Championship. Obviously, the official league for Fortnite collegiate games, right, and operations. It has really been already quite the start of the day.
Yeah, and you know, in terms of overall gameplay we're seeing from these guys in total, the collegiate scene, it's up there at the total top level. Past that, Reese, any other notes you see from heat number 2 and heat number 1?
So many things. I'm just really interested on how the new map changes are playing out, in all honesty. Those kind of early game engagements are something that's been very interesting to see how those changes go and who's contesting where, what strong points. I'm just looking forward to seeing how it's going through the next few games as well.
We'll see just that here shortly after this quick break. Enjoy some of the content we built for this moment here, and we'll be back with some Heat 2. I think that time around, we're going to follow the whole Heat 2 Game 3. So we'll see you shortly.
A new POI has emerged out of the 0 point, and that is Hunter's Haven. It's located to the south side of the map on the hills where the Sentinel's graveyard used to be. This location also has a ton of IO soldiers that spawn around it. Difficult to eliminate because they have so much effective HP, however, you're guaranteed to get a rare tactical assault rifle from eliminating them, which is huge for ammo management. Since there's so many hills surrounding it, fighting in this area is really difficult because teams are always on these high points in the hills, shooting down at players who are down below. And speaking of hills, this is probably one of the best spots for Storm Surge in the game. It's a center map position, it already has hills surrounding it so that you can end up taking tags on players who are rotating all the way through. And this was true in previous seasons even when there wasn't a POI here, so this spot is gonna be hot. Like many of the new spots on the map, there's an underground bunker that has more loot and some indestructible walls here too. Who knows what this will play in the future, but I certainly wouldn't want to be stuck down here when the zone starts to pull in.
Tilted Towers is back, but with an extra pinch of salt on the side. That's right, one of the new POIs that we have on the center portion of the map is a combination of both classic Fortnite action POIs, that is Salty Towers, including a reboot van and all the classic buildings you love from both POIs, including that new gas station that's been upgraded with those fuel tanks from Season 3. You have an amalgamation of an amazing gameplay experience where the hottest of drops end up happening and a lot of loot is up for grabs. We'll see how popular this POI is in competitive, but we have those big tall buildings from Tilted. On the left side, the clock tower is still there with the garage house and Salty as well. A lot of metal brick available on the map, as well as that new sand you can use to be a little bit sneaky compared to the competition. We'll see how it works over the course of many competitions to come.
Welcome to the 0 point. This center map desert location is the new central point for the lore of Fortnite. Not only that, it houses the new crystals that allow you to teleport. Now, under the effect of the crystal, you can actually dash in any direction. This allows you to exploit inside of boxes, take fights confidently, or even go for high ground if you look straight up in the air. With this being the latest addition to the Fortnite world, another mobility item enters the fray.
In Season 5, a new terrain is added to the game in the name of Sand. Spread throughout the entire middle of the map, there's a lot more that meets the eye to this thing that's in addition to the new POIs. For starters, if you drop down into the sand by standing still for a few seconds, you can start to move fast, somewhat unnoticeable, all around the sand as long as you don't crash into any other type of terrain. Past that too, you can wait in hiding, barely noticeable for people around in the sand. It's very hard and a sneaky tactic. Here it is in use. If you see someone who's far away, you would usually not be able to sneak up on them without building or being noticed. You can quickly catch up with sand, get the drop, and throughout the entire main center portion of the map, you'll definitely see people utilizing this to be able to rotate fast, unseen, and possibly start some very, very crazy fights.
This one here is going to be the Colossal Coliseum. Located just in the eastern portion, right outside the new 0 Point Rift, this location is a very interesting one. The huge cement walls circle the entire arena, leaving no room for escape, but it's the upper balcony that you want to land on. Loot will circle the entire upper portion and the perimeter of the outside of this Coliseum here, and chests do spawn up above. If you work your way down towards those dungeons though, you will find layers on every single area. Just outside of this POI lies a reboot van. This is a popular location for teams rotating in, trying to find themselves a cheeky pickup. And into the dungeons, you'll find tons and plenty of loot. This medieval spin the Colossal Coliseum brings to the Fortnite world, it's going to be an interesting drop spot for sure.
There's a rumble in the jungle, a little bit of Jurassicness inside this park. That's right, we're talking about the Stealthy Stronghold, a new northern POI added to Fortnite with gameplay elements you used to find in Sunny Steps and Lazy Lagoon. We have rivers, trees, ruins, all in.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Play vs. Fall 20 College Championships. Your boys, MonsterDface and ShyoWager here on the mic. We have seen the first two games unfold, but Heat 2 here is just about on the way.
Yep, we have a bunch more games to play, and so far we've seen some dominant teams stay dominant. You know, some people coming in from Heat 2, especially the bottom side up to the top. We talked about consistency, Monster. That'll be a big thing in the 6-game format.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, like we said, Mike Carpsey and DJ, they're from the Michigan State University. Their team mascot is the Spartans. These guys are definitely showing up just like that. These games are just ready here, though, so we're going to be hopping in right away now to show the Game 3 of Heat 2. We showed a lot of love at the kickoff for the Heat 1, obviously the full rounds. This time around, we'll give all the action for Heat 2 as well. We're going to be hopping back and forth. It's the chaos and love, of course, of the Fortnite world and ecosystem here. We have a full 3-box shot of a trio. We'll see where they end up jumping out. We'll see who we end up watching first.
I want to see some of the top teams, but at the same time, those guys in the middle of the pack, I believe 16 is the magic number for points of the people who are tied kind of near that 20th place slot, the 25th, the 15s. Right now, Connor, Gage will be on our screen with their trio partner Exceed. Going to Dirty Docks, they're poised to pick in terms of staying on top of aggression in Heat number 2 and PlayVS in general.
It's kind of interesting. I know Connor was trolling before it all kicked off, talking about, I'm landing on the hottest POI in the new season. He went the opposite. He's landing for the most chill POI of the season. Is Dirty Docks, way off on the cut here. You can see they have, is that Company just up nearby? Yes, it is. He's actually going to have to back off, takes the zip line. Does not win the drop spot, so Dirty Docks all to Exceed, Connor engaged here. You can see Exceed looking off in the distance just in case those players are trying to storm hold or I guess zip line hold in this instance, but no, doesn't end up being that way.
And then NBC's there too. I think 2 available at Dirty Docks, allowing for a lot of surge to be able to be taken for free for this trio overall. Past that 2, double the bounties available. A lot of metal, brick, and wood here. You get to see where everything starts off in terms of what decisions does Connor make? How does Gage and Exceed get into spots to pinch other trios out? Where does the aggression really start for these guys off the drop?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's a lot of gap to be closed here. We talked about Steve McSweat Cinnamon and Fuzzy, of course, being one of the teams that were so consistent winning week after week, along with Mars 7 and their team. This team here has also had some very great finishes, finishing first in week 2, week 3, combined as a trio, over 20,000 in earnings. The highest of the bulk being carried by Connor this time around. And yes, that is the Connor, the admin himself, representing from Bay State College, that entire trio here, BSC. JD now, though, Keith the Villain, Hayato on the other side. Stealthy Stronghold. Remember, all these draw spots, like Reese told us, are just about uncontested.
All these new ones, but for me, when it comes to Stealthy Stronghold, did a little bit of research on it. A lot of the stuff you end up finding around doesn't really give you the biggest start off to your games. The loot's kind of sparse all around the POI. You have that one basement. See how it works. Past that too, for some of the players in the competition. Bizzle's sister is competing in Heat 2. Little Millie 7 from Ohio State University.
Yeah, that's crazy. Buckeye Gaming Collective Scarlet there. ZM7, Low Millie 7, and Script are the team. That's a definite fun fact. Bizzle's sister. It's funny. You can see making it this far, right? So family genetics and Fortnite's running through the blood, running through the veins there.
We always have to wrap it back over to that genetics talk, no matter where it comes from. But I believe that hard work is something you can put in and get at least to a reasonable level. Past that, natural talent does get you a long way, but it goes either which way. We can talk about that for hours.
I don't know. Let's be honest. Do you really think working really hard to get you to those highest levels?
Yes, it gets you an entry ticket in to the high levels. So to be able to stay there, differentiate yourself, it's that natural factor that really, I think, sets players apart and makes them absolutely insane.
We'll see what kind of superstar phenomena we have here, though. Wavy EBK, Bridget, Less Division are the trio. Who's got the natural factor here of this bulk? There's a little 3v3 standoff at the good old retail world. Up comes the team Shockwave, though, and it's a sloppy, messy fight. Wavy EPK gets hit a few times. Does maintain high ground with his teammates. Attack in favor for his trio. Less Division finds the knock there, too. And it works out. Quick peek there from Rigid, though. I thought for a second that was an enemy, but no. That's their whole trio. Still alive, still healthy.
Might be a possibility of another Shockwave play coming through. Straight towards the top. No, it's a chop out completely, but it doesn't actually drop BK's team all the way to the ground. There's another Elim. People spread apart. Rigid on the right side looking for more shots, and that's a full diverse wipe on the early game.
Nice job for Rigid there. Catches both the siphons. He was also the weakest in the trio, so definitely needed those. That's going to heal him right back up, keep them in the game. Not a lot of loot for them, a lot of time wasted as well, as the zones are starting to close in now. Let's see how that plays a factor in them. IWU's Mogul, Kmart, and Instinct here, playing outside the Misty Metals. Shots going off left and right, but that's the AI. These guys can put in some serious damage. It looks like he pulls out a 0-point fish here, so the rotate's going to be clean for him. Going to close the gap of wasted time here now. There's an NPC
all the way from Illinois. This is one of the NPCs that can offer that bounty as well. Possibly some things to do with fishing, depending on where he's located next to those spots. But I don't think these guys will be able to use that too fast. Here's one of the star trios we've been looking at. Everything past PlayVS 2. Less Division. Hello?
What happened there? All his HP is now gone. Mistakes were made. That's all right. He's gonna have to cut on through. Again, they still have 3 eliminations. Only 11 points so far, though. And remember, guys, this is Heat 2, Game 3. We're hopping back and forth, covering as much of the action as possible. Watching the top talent in the States and Canada regions compete against one another. This here, obviously, 2 heats setting up to be for the grand finals, which is happening tomorrow, where $100,000 in scholarship, what's remaining of it after today's heats, will be divvied out to the players.
That's a lot of help with the school. That's a lot of help. Those textbooks. You know how expansive those things can be sometimes.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I was there. Dude, a book could be $500, man. It's crazy.
Cash Cup's not gonna help you with that either. You know, you gotta be consistent with the income. So this is huge for these guys too. It's so hard to be able to find the time, the balance between playing, earning, and then studying as well. Right now, you can combine earning and playing to one. So it's really, really important for these guys to perform here.
Things are settling here now. Zone 1 starting to close out, leaning into that Zone 2. Team on the trails, though, of Harsh, Harmony, and Control right now as they're sliding on up. Remember, this weekend's competition marks the first of big competition, serious level gameplay on the new season. A lot of fun developments have been made today, just in the form of watching Rift to Goes be prioritized and used towards the end game. The way the sand can manipulate the way people rotate in that low ground, the geography, and how that plays its part. The usage of tactical shotguns across multiple teams, not many using the charges here from what we've seen. So, again, just watching the competitive meta take shape before us.
Fast meta, there's placements too. We were just watching Zos's trio. Top 5 on half their games in the season. One of the highest rates from the season as well. It's just about replicating that result though, because we talked about it before, Monster. Those finals, completely different beast, you know, compared to the whole season in general.
Yeah, definitely. A couple teams still carrying that same consistency all the way through here to the heat still, but hold up. King has a problem here. This is a different King. We saw one in Heat 1 as well. Yappa's already down. He gets taken out. Here's Slysick. Perspective now, trying to fight through the zone here into Stormline. 64, great tracking, quick turnaround too. Blue AR gets taken out there, and now he gets fully refreshed. It's up to him to put the team on the back though. The second goes in for the enemy opponent. He has to take the wall, doesn't grab it. Shockwaves come out, couple tags though. That's a huge one for him there, but no, it's still a 2v1 and there's nothing he can do. The Gold Midas hops in. It was Drip and Boss there that walk out alive now.
And no shot for Blue AR to even land a bullet in the fight in the beginning. Then past that, these guys wrap it up. Boss though was just 1 HP and a shambles loadout completely. These guys are on the back half of Storm. I mean, we've seen a lot of Heat 1 in the beginning, a little bit of Heat 2 end games. For Heat 2's beginnings though, for their early game, it looks so much more messy, so much more visceral in trying to get the zone. It's not as organized, Monster.
Well, you also got to think about it. Game 3, you know, things are already going, right? Teams are getting comfortable and or losing their patience, right? It's one or the other. That mental tipping edge is usually around this mid-game area, mid-round area. Uh-oh. Whole team stands together still for a second. I thought they were going to get beamed up, but no, the trio didn't quite spot them or didn't take the 3-2-1. Here now, though, the shots come in. I think Chap gets hit first there. And now comes the move.
Wonder where these guys are actually really from, who they are. We will never know their stories. We can just watch their rotates. They've got 2 Rift Fish. They got the juice and the sauce to be able to play these end games, but we've seen it, man, so far. What do you rate these Rift Fish in the end game? Is it like an end all be all free placement, or do you actually have to do work after the fact?
I mean, we've seen some placement get given out, right? It was like 2 or 3 slots worth. And this being one of the more stacked / congested end games type formats that we've seen in quite some time. Obviously, the PlayVS community really does take this very much serious. So I rate them very much highly, man. And not only that, they're stackable. You have multiple of them. The other thing that makes it very interesting is when you're coming down, you know, normally you jump off the battle bus and you're cut short on the dive down, right? Because you can only dive to a certain elevation point. But when you have those big builds in the way, like usually that elevation point is about eye to eye with how close you can dive down. So we haven't even seen aggressive versions of teams that can quite literally land on those high ground layers. Remember, the meta before this, it was anti-shockwave design bases. So there's a lot of those one guy up on high ground on a single layer by himself. What happens when they get targeted, right, by people that are a bit more confident off the Rift to Go fish?
Yeah, it's a complete counter strat, right? You have to basically reverse the way you've been playing the game for the last 2 seasons And you have to do it 5 days into the new season if you want a chance at winning a portion of the $100,000 up for grabs today. Yosemite, Goat, and Mike so far have looked to play the counter strat properly, but you gotta remember, Monster, it's not just about stopping one play, it's about using plays, stringing them together to finish the game, right? We saw Mike lost in the storm in that last game off of a bot shockwave play. You got to make sure everything is perfect towards the very end, and then end up having elims and everything in your actual pocket, in your game plan, to be able to claim first place.
Yeah, it all comes down to it. Luckily for them, it's just a cutoff mark of finishing towards the upper half, though, to make it to grand finals. This year, the Heats, they'll have plenty of opportunity to review the VODs, go back and learn from their mistakes. You said 5 days to prepare. Yeah, that's important. That's true. But it's also, if they can even come up with the strategies, right? With the limited time, there's, of course, going to be a long map ahead of us, a roadmap of changes that are going to continue to unfold as players get more and more comfortable. But one item, though. One item, the Rift to Go fish is already easily shifted how things are playing out. And talk about that. I don't know how this team gets up here. Was it a Rift to Go fish? Was it the 0-point fish? What was it? Was it a shockwave? Was it a bouncer? Either way, they get dived on and the man goes down. Amazing Kids out of the game. Fear and Dilly Bar have to get on the move now. He's actually going to leave Bar behind in hopes that he can steal some placement here. They also have a rocket launcher, so they had so much going for them.
This is Akron basically losing a third of their power at RPG. The best loadouts are only, as you say, Monster, you know, good when the whole team is alive as well, alluding to the fact that when you end up losing one person, that power just gets reduced, even if the RPG doesn't get dropped. Alfie, Fluger, and Makakupa are going to be together as well, box to box. This is game number 3-2, so we saw a little bit of action speeding up as well. These guys are slowing it down. All they're over in, looks like, top right side of the desert. We'll have an entire house to be able to farm out. Stay secluded while everyone is going crazy with these box dives.
And I've seen Fluger on the DreamHack stage here, representing from University of Texas at Arlington, UTA. Alfie, Fluger, and Sag coming together. Back with Fear, though, as a solo right now, putting pressure in on that same team that dived up. He's just looking around here, trying to get active on any front that he can. Stealing away an elimination at this point will be quite a W, if you really think about it, being that his whole team's out the door already.
I think Fear understands, though, the clutch factor, right? This man individually just missed that season 0 championship, and it was now one of the only teams to overall miss that season 0 championship but make it over in season 1. That type of clutch storyline for Fear and his story. Can he possibly clutch up here as a solo? I mean, 1v3 in a meta where you have to do continuous damage over and over again against a team that can react, it'll be very, very, very tricky.
Yeah, 1v3s in the tactical shotgun meta is just not really possible. When they all turn and burn, it gets pretty tough to do at that point. Clutches, you need one of those one and done style charge, right? Charge shotguns or something of the sorts. And even then, the timing on that is so tricky. It's a punishment style weapon. Good players don't really give too many opportunities to capitalize in those tight windows, so it gets ever more tough for clutching in that instance. Here's a nice wide shot look at all the players on the outskirts. Mike, DJ, and Carpsy. Carpsy being knocked right now, so that's the first mid-game fight here in Heat 2 Game 3. And a popular team, one of the bigger teams, is down right now. Can they get the save? Yes, Carpsy does get saved just in the nick of time. Talking about the charge here. Villain has one. Shots come out. It's looking good for them. It's a connection there. Mike goes down, and they jump in. It's a full team wipe. Out the door they go. What is that? 7 eliminations for the trio.
And the game has barely even gotten started. Those elims basically come with POIs of loot on their own if they're wrapping these up that fast. And now they get to choose. Just look at all of this stuff on the ground. 50 shields left and right to get the HP back up. Shockwaves now stacked up to 4. So rare to have those many now in this season with their overall drop rate affected as well. And all their pumps or all their charges and tax upgraded the highest of rarities right now, just a green for Keith, but blue tax on the ground available for grabs.
That's a team that only finished top 3 in week 7. No first places for them, but firepower clearly being in their favor there. That's a squad that can have that wild card style factor, right? You put them in grands, you put them in heats where people are a lot more passive, timid, afraid, pressure's higher. If they don't have that same weight on their shoulders, it's different. XC is going to get sniped there, though. Down he goes. Shockwaves come out from enemies, but they don't have the guts to take the dive on the box there. Instead, they let him stay up. It's going to be a trade for surge tags.
Odds very open. Any type of decision you have to be very careful with, because everyone gets to see it develop. You can possibly do their own thing to have a say. 3 different players, though, possibly from different trios, hitting that rift fish in different intervals. Past that too, Storm Surge is active for Phantom. We saw him get past it before. We saw Tax and Thanks have an amazing game number 2 overall, getting up with that dub, but now it's tricky. A big road bump. They're gonna need to find damage in a spot where not many people are editing too much on their side.
Yeah, definitely need to find some of the 1,000 damage above here for Connor, Gage, and Exceed. Only a single elimination, so they're doing a great job maintaining, sustaining damage throughout the rounds of these games here. Harpoon comes through this cheeky tree there, try to see if they can steal one away, but no, now instead it's Build, it's Alfie on the other side, another right tag. This is gonna get them real hungry. They want this one here. That's a full refresher too if they can find one. Gage needing those heals. Yes, they harpoon in the new loot. Whip to go fish in the inventory of Connor. Charge shotgun and AR being the weapon of choice and preference here now. 3 floppers as well, so plenty of time and opportunity to play for those late game rotates and mess with the zone just a little bit here. Things are going to catch up now. Half and half out pulls, and they have to go pretty short distance, right? Just over to the left.
Yeah, but there's 2 lanes on this highway of end game beginning rotations. The bottom side of the map will end up rotating on their little semicircle crescent. Meanwhile, Connor will stay towards the top side. Both sides of the map, though, will have to move through treacherous desert terrain. Connor is kind of going downhill where it looks like the bottom side of the map will be an uphill type of rotation to make it onto that riverbed. Staying way high, though. They could possibly go for shockwave type of play later, but they make it in. Tax gets taken out. Thanks already eliminated, and Phantom succumbing to the pressure of Surge. That is champion team from the last game taken down in a matter of seconds.
Try their best. Credits to the teammates to hop in the box there and try to get the save. Thanks. Wasn't quite there in time, though. There's just no chance for him to stay alive. Fluger, though, playing for a little bit of that high ground now as well. Flying across here. Gage and Connor sliding from that outskirts. They finally get Alfie, so he wasn't able to escape. Not by any means there. That might be some free loot for them to harpoon in as well off the back of the storm line. Even keeping the back of the boxes open here. He's going to spot some loot there. Yes, they want to go for it. Do they have a harpoon to grab it, though, is the true question here. And yes, they do. Still has enough shots here to pull in. Absolutely huge. It's shockwaves there, too. They need it.
They got to pull it. There it is. I think Connor's works. Not sure what's going on with Exceed over there, but he's having some trouble. They end up getting all that loot, though.
Look at that. Shockwaves and then extra shockwaves. That's a whole lot. That means that was a full 6 stack there at least, because Connor only had a couple. Now, though, again, no heals. No heals, though.
True. I mean, no shields at least.
No shields.
On Connor overall. I think the other teammates have to be carrying the shields if Connor wants the flexibility to have shockwaves, rips, and floppers in his inventory, right? You said it before, Monster, he wants to be playing that zone, be that clutch factor at the very end, like we saw in game number 1. So we'll see if that happens again, or game number 2, apologies. Connor can end up clutching out.
And he is the IGL. He's definitely the spearhead of this trio here. He's going to find Thirst on the back of the storm line there. Great tag, and the zone is just pressuring on top of him as well. Seems like someone might have jockeyed up for high ground for a second there. Everyone went on full alert mode, but no. Out it comes. He's going to do a solo shock across. This is a page from the Zayt Safin stretch book here. In front he goes. Teammates stay behind to keep themselves a little bit distant. And just like that now, they can see the entire playing field and work off of it. Anyone that enters up into the air is going to get shot, possibly beamed down. The team's already here as well. Look at that. They control so much of this high ground here.
There's many teams already left up into the sky. Connor, though, with that beam affects an entire hemisphere of the game, stopping Struggle and Turn, stops Shredder and Turn, stops Snaz, and an entire traffic jam is made by one man's AR. out multiple trios trying to make it in. Exceed joins into the fray, going for shots. On the other side, though, Control is looking free. Dylan is looking free with Arrow and Derpy at the front side. They're avoiding the gaze of this lethal team up on height. And because of that, it looks like have a pretty free rotation all the way on low.
700 damage above the surge right now as well. 3 players have to go down. Connor finds another knock for Elim in the feed there too. Dylan, Derpy, and Arrow right now. Only a single Elim, but they're maneuvering this low ground layer nicely, pushing players out, literally looking to space control the box here and force everyone off of their situation now. Still cutting across, looking strong, looking good here. 30 players just about are up right now. And again, a couple more fall. This is where the big placement starts to get thrusted out. There it is, another couple teams fall there too. This is a big fight here. Yes, Fluger is gonna get knocked now, and that's a refresher for them too. Their shockwaves are accessible, but he doesn't grab them. Instead, Arrow has enough for the whole team.
Might have gotten them into the pocket last second, but just look at the builds overall. It's claustrophobic. It's so tight, box to box. You can barely breathe. The mats, the teamwork, staying together acts as basically respirators for these guys to be able to take breaths, survive, and stay alive, to be able to think and look at other teams. As soon as they get one elimination, that is the breath control taken away from that individual trio. Here, though, on height, it's a different open world. Connor is looking to make it his RPG role-playing game of height domination. He's still going all the way up for height, has barely even dipped into his shockwave pool of resources. 4 still left, still targeting 1 member who's left over, trioless, and they have sustained control of high ground.
He actually finds that one as well as he bounces off into the side there. 7 eliminations now. All the Elims really racking up here towards the tail end of the game. Pistol in hand for Gage, who has 5 right now, and he's working his way down slowly, surely, methodically here, taking walls as well. Connor on the other side, barely even uses Rift to go. Fish is there. I think he dropped it for his high ground squad mate, because now he has all the heals here. He's probably going to be the passive and safe play, the just-in-case play. He's going to stay up on high right now. Even then, his teams are getting down and they're getting dirty. Gage is going to find another one onto Floyd. Shockwaves are going to be no good for anyone coming on up. Here comes Connor. Good knockout there. Still has Mats too to take the battle here. It's just too good, too easy for them. Into the box they go. The exchange is bad though. He doesn't hit the shot there. Sans takes him out.
That is insurance taken out from the game. The amount of floppers and heals are all gone. And oh my God, another one. Indica's onto Exceed. This Aura trio has taken over height. That Riftfish actually picks up Gage. It might have been his own to use to maybe save him at the very end of the game, but he's dropping down, getting beamed 25 HP. Drops down, and another elimination for the Aura trio, but they get taken out at the end. It looks like the game's wrapped up. Here's a big replay from that beam side to see exactly who ended up winning out. The shots were there, and no, it was Jock Crispy who ended up taking that win.
He clutched out right there. The Rift to Goldfish, we talked about how it can change that high ground dynamic. You never know what is going to unfold when you have multiple players landing on you for a second there. And just like that, so quickly, Crispy touches down last with enough time and actually wins it there.
Yep, and past that too, I believe we have some leaderboards to go in with. I believe we have Reese though to throw back up to see exactly what went down during those games. We'll see if it's possible. We'll get him here and get some context. Reese, my man, what did we miss?
I'm here. What we've seen, something really interesting, was, again, we kind of alluded to that earlier on, was that Riftfish coming into play. We saw it straight away in the early game, and then the last moment, the last elimination, 2 players flying down using that Riftfish. And as we can see, the big pop-off from Connor, Exceed, and Gage that last game actually moved them up into that first place slot.
Way to close the gap there. Now 88 points leading here for his Heat and his region. I don't know. I think that about solidifies a lot of these squads getting up into that 80-point threshold, right? Because that was the halfway mark. That was game number 3. 3 more rounds in front of them. All they have to do is just remain as equally consistent, and they'll slide their way through just a little bit now. Remember, the top teams from each heat obviously move on, and that's how we get our players to the grand finals. The way the prizing is being divvied out, though, the best 50 teams as far as overall placement goes, that goes beyond into these heats as well. They also win some cash too, right? As far as to their sponsorship, to their college funds. But here's the next page, though. 9th place through 16 now. Shyo, break it down for me.
Yeah, for me, I'm looking at a lot closer the competition being in terms of score. We were looking at 5-point differentials on that first page, but now from 9th all the way to 12th, it's kind of like a 3-point game. Past that, 2 very close 3 points to 3 points. If you move on to the second page or the third page coming up too, I can probably see that pattern even repeating with ties all across or close by. A little bit more messy, but 34 down to 17 points. Few gaps coming here side by side. I mean, Reese, overall, the same type of tournament format we end up seeing play out with placement.
Yeah, and this happens consistently through the majority of these tournaments. You know, we're looking at kind of top 16 qualified to get through into those finals for tomorrow. And right now, that threshold is 36 points. These teams here, 17th all the way down to 24th, over the next 3 games are the teams that you guys are going to want to be looking at. You want to be looking out for these guys and just ensuring that these guys are popping off, because it's really, really matters for them. If they don't perform in these next 3 games, they're not going to make it through to those finals.
Yeah, and all these other players on these final pages as well have a lot to step up in step 2 if they want to make sure they see themselves in that grand final stage tomorrow. Obviously, things are getting a lot more intense here. You see the points, the way they're being divvied out. Teams are getting left behind, getting trailed behind. What's it? Top 16 each move on, and then the best 17th place manages to move on as well. So either way, though, we're going to be moving on. Reese, thank you for breaking things down for us, obviously giving us your insight on how everything's unfolding. The next games are here, though. I think we're hopping back with Heat 1, getting right back into the action here shortly. Myself and Shyo will continue to deliver the action, and here it is. This is that last and final moments from the last game, Heat 1, Game 3 here.
Let's check it out right now. It'll be a lot more of an empty game towards the end of Lazy Lake. Shots all the way up top as there's denial of shockwave retakes happening from the side of Berkey Fishy up top. Him, Doinks, and Stinky had some issues in that first game, but here for game 3, Monster, it's looking like absolutely flawless for these guys up top.
Without a doubt right here, they're not even getting targeted at all. No time for the teams in low ground right now. You can see only 3 duos remain. That's 2 solo or a duo per se, but they had that whole trio here. It's just going to be clean up house right now. 2 eliminations, so quite honestly, just breeze their way here to the final moments, huh?
Yeah, this is going to be 3v3, but these guys have that shockwave. They have everything up in their stand or just in their hands. Although there are 3 trios left alive, I believe those 2 at the bottom will have to work together or end up taking a fight down. Siphon goes and eats the dirt. Steve, though, is alive towards the end. Doinks, though, actually crossed over. A lot of breakdowns, but Stinky is there to be able to secure the final 2 elims onto Seed and Fuzzy.
And that means Cinnamon, Steve, and Fuzzy again find themselves another big end game. That's a team that we expect in full to make it to the grand final stage. So those highlights there obviously indicating that they're still having some great runs. That was just out of Heat 1 Game 3. So we've now seen 2 Game 3s end. And again, teams consistently sticking through. And, you know, we have more to break down, right? We have to see those standings as well.
Yep, and we have Reese here as well to see exactly how these leaderboards look. Usually we end up starting on that first page, but we'll actually keep you guys suspenseful. Never mind, go all the way there to the top. Flick, Cascade, and Titan still there and hitting triple digits, Reese.
Huge performance from them so far. Huge. First, third, and a 5th. You know, if they keep performing this way, they're going to get 7th, 9th, and 11th just mathematically based on where they're going, but already taking a really dominant lead, 5 points ahead of Mars, 7, and Beggs, who are also one of the most dominant teams coming into the qualifiers, winning 5 of those 10 weeks.
That second game is massive right now. They're up in 6th place here. They actually needed that. So 1 game is all it takes for you to trail behind. 1 round of you not finding a lot of eliminations, and all of a sudden, you know, you're not quite on track. You're not quite on track to have a top placing finish, a strong, dominant finish to put some respect on your name coming into grands. Remember, how you perform today also, you know, influences how other people see you coming into the grand finals, right? People are more likely to want to challenge you if you're not the number 1 squad, if you're not the top seeded players for the draw spot, right?
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And it'll show in your placements overall too. People, that's the first thing they see, right? Overall, how did your day go? Okay, these guys are a lower on the leaderboard team. We can take that fight if they just scrape by for grands, but making there regardless, we'll be able to make that edit. Over here on this next page, we see 44 down to 29. The competition actually widening compared to what we saw in Heat number 2. On the next page, we'll see a little bit more of that drastic drop down all the way to possibly the 10-point range. We have Cheese, Don't Care, and Strep at 16th, though. I'm wondering what the other teams look like, Reese.
Well, It's kind of similar to our Heat 1 as well. Down at 28, the threshold on this is a little bit lower, which typically shows that the teams at the top are kind of performing a little bit better, right? It is a bigger gap between the teams at the top, between the teams in this midway point here, which means more eliminations, more consistency out of those teams. Like we've said, we've already said that for Flick, Cascat, and Titan. Incredible consistency. Mars, 7 Begs in second place. Incredible consistency and incredible eliminations throughout all these games. So this one, the spread's a little bit different. But again, the same things apply here. These teams are going to need to perform over the next 3 games if they want to get a chance at qualifying through. And anyone on this edge can definitely do it.
Yeah, everyone here is definitely on the bubble now for, still putting themselves into the competition. I mean, guys, listen, this is that halfway mark in the whole thing, right? For this run here. When you are 3 games down and you have 3 games in front of you, I mean, you really have to now step up or, forever hold your peace, right? At this instance here, because that's it, right? You only have a few more opportunities. How do you hit the drawing board?
Yeah, it's like, I'll put it with big facts on it, right? Step up or shut up for a lot of these teams, because this is that turning point. You have to be able to perform, and they've learned, right? We've seen patterns in these games. We'll see if these guys end up learning from those patterns very soon, though.
Yeah, without a doubt.
So. Yeah.
Go ahead, Reese.
I was going to say, I hope so. Like I said, 3 games left, and Shao put it so eloquently to put up or shut up, and they have to perform this. It's so good.
Yeah, for sure. But either way, guys, we're going to toss a quick break here. We return to be more Fortnite action in game number 4 of the Heats coming up here soon.
A new POI has emerged out of the 0 point, and that is Hunter's Haven. It's located to the south side of the map on the hills where the Sentinel's graveyard used to be. This location also has a ton of IO soldiers that spawn around it. Difficult to eliminate because they have so much effective HP, however, you're guaranteed to get a rare tactical assault rifle from eliminating them, which is huge for ammo management. Since there's so many hills surrounding it, fighting in this area is really difficult because teams are always on these high points in the hills, shooting down at players who are down below. And speaking of hills, this is probably one of the best spots for Storm Surge in the game. It's a center map position, it already has hills surrounding it so that you can end up taking tags on players who are rotating all the way through. And this was true in previous seasons even when there wasn't a POI here, so this spot is gonna be hot. Like many of the new spots on the map, there's an underground bunker that has more loot and some indestructible walls here too. Who knows what this will play in the future, but I certainly wouldn't want to be stuck down here when the zone starts to pull in.
In Season 5, a new terrain is added to the game in the name of Sand. Spread throughout the entire middle of the map, there's a lot more that meets the eye to this thing that's an addition to the new POIs. For starters, if you drop down into the sand by standing still for a few seconds, you can start to move fast, somewhat unnoticeable, all around the sand as long as you don't crash into any other type of terrain. Past that too, you can wait in hiding, barely noticeable for people around in the sand. It's very hard and a sneaky tactic. Here it is in use. If you see someone who's far away, you would usually not be able to sneak up on them without building or being noticed. You can quickly catch up with sand, get the drop, and throughout the entire main center portion of the map, you'll definitely see people utilizing this to be able to rotate fast, unseen, and possibly start some very crazy fights. Tilted Towers is back, but with an extra pinch of salt on the side. That's right, one of the new POIs that we have on the center portion of the map is a combination of both classic Fortnite action POIs, that is Salty Towers, including a reboot van and all the classic buildings you love from both POIs, including that new gas station that's been upgraded with those fuel tanks from Season 3. You have an amalgamation of an amazing gameplay experience where the hottest of drops end up happening and a lot of loot is up for grabs. We'll see how popular this POI is in competitive, but we have those big tall buildings from Tilted. On the left side, the clock tower is still there, with the garage house and Salty as well. A lot of metal brick available on the map, as well as that new sand you can use to be a little bit sneaky compared to the competition. We'll see how it works over the course of many competitions to come. There's a rumble in the jungle A little bit of Jurassicness inside this park. That's right, we're talking about the Stealthy Stronghold, a new northern POI added to Fortnite with gameplay elements you used to find in Sunny Steps and Lazy Lagoon. We have rivers, trees, ruins, all encompassed inside unbreakable walls that have somewhat of quarantine doors you can walk through to be extra careful when getting hot inside this spot. Very difficult to fight though, lots of chests available as well as a reboot van. There's a lot of enclosed things and possible secrets to this POI as well. It comes fitted with a stealthy little basement that has its own chest spawns and benches available to be broken for gold bars. I'm wondering what type of lore there is available with this. Might be a bounty man's hideout, we'll see how that goes. But regardless, a lot of key places you want to be able to control inside this new POI. You can just kind of rotate out of here as well, going towards Pleasant, get your brick up, a little bit of metal, as well as a lot of wood available. If you find yourself in an end game over here, once again, be careful about those walls because you can't build through them, you can't break through them, you have to go above and around them. Enjoy Stealthy Stronghold in the new season of Fortnite, and let's see how it works inside the competitive game mode.
This one here is going to be the Colossal Coliseum. Located just in the eastern portion, right outside the new 0 Point Rift, this location is a very interesting one. Welcome back to the PlayVS Fall 20 College Championship here. It's your boys MonsterDface and ShyoWager bringing all the action. We just watched Game 3. That was the halfway mark conclude, which means we only have 3 more games in front of us for each of the heats here now, Shyo. And remember, what's on the line right now is qualifying your way to Grand Final. Most consistent place will have to be. Here, though, we're jumping in as the games are kind of already unfolding, right? We're coming deep into this Heat 2 right here, Game 4. So we're still going to continue to follow the Heat 2 story here, Shyo.
Yep, and we're going to be jumping in a little bit, as you mentioned, ahead of that time that we usually jump in with, ahead of that line. We'll see Fluger once again with Mega Koopa. Alfie, though, not alive. We saw how crucial he was in that last game. So one of their X factors not available. Their fraggers, their big eliminators not going to be available in this game. Still, it's a lot earlier. We get to see exactly what this team ends up doing with their rotate, spending their time around the edges of the zone, going towards maybe even Salty Towers to get some residual loot.
Yeah, without a doubt. 10 seconds for this thing to start closing up now, and we start moving into the tighter portions of the opening segments. Obviously, that sand tunneling is now disabled in the game. I can't wait to watch competitions with that enabled because, I mean, even today so far, right? The first 3 games, you saw so many of the zones end somewhere around here. There's a fun fact that slides in, Shyo. Read that to me.
Yeah, this man Wogo and his trio all on console. You mentioned beforehand they were on mobile. They got to compete in that solo grand final in terms of, you know, or Wogo at least on mobile in that grand final. So this man is a platform god, it looks like.
Yeah, definitely. He's an interesting one, I'm telling you, man. One of the pillars for the mobile community. Obviously now transitioning off onto different platforms, still stepping up, still competing at the highest levels. Actually, I had to play with Apo, someone else who was a mobile player and now playing on PC as well, and we had some fun times too. Like these guys are something else. There's something special. You can play on mobile and then bring it over to a different platform. Like seriously.
Hey, in and out of game as well. I saw that thumbnail overall, but here's a Millie we were talking about, right?
Bizzle's sister.
Bizzle, yeah, the Bizzle lineage, and we'll see if she and the trio can possibly get out of this type of sticky situation over at Stealthy Stronghold.
All right, this is a rough one to be in. Charge shotgun, couple shots in it. Remember, recent changes to the charge give it 4 bullets inside of round here to use. JD's gonna get tagged up pretty big there. Heavy AR shots come through. Remember, these sting big time. ZM7 manages to buy himself some time, but they're going toe-to-toe here. Millie has to hop in. Doesn't need it, though. ZM7 connects where he needs to. Now, that's the siphon. That's the knock there. 2 elims, not the third, so we don't know where that last trio is. Did they grab Scripps card is the real question. I don't see the reboot lit up here, the van, by any means, so they probably didn't get to get it. We'll find out, though, as they rotate inside.
And almost get in some
I lied.
building being done, and there it is. Yeah. I think the telltale sign, because I've always been wondering it consistently for replay mode, is that if there's like an X somewhere near script's name, I think the elim counter before it, that means the card was not got and it expired. But before that, or when the card's actually grabbed, you'll see just like a blank health pool, I guess, and everything looking normal.
It's a good call. Definitely got to continue to remember that as we look at the client and whatnot. Here, though, KD, Kegsy, and Capelor finds a team on the rotate on the outskirts. Tags come out. Then connect from what we can see. Trigger still at max HP. These tags are so important. These play versus college teams are very much slow and steady, right? So Storm Surge is always going to be a factor. The cool part about this, too, that we haven't really watched or talked about, Storm Surge mechanics were changed, right? From what we knew before, you can almost strategize how to optimize the damage you take out of situations. Now, though, you can only deal as much damage to players as they have in effective health. So it really does change the dynamic. And I mean, maybe that's the reason why we saw some of these teams without many eliminations have a lot of surge, though, right? It really balances out the game for your activity, not for the elims and the strategy that we saw before being used in comp.
Yeah, it's basically rewarding things that are actually live and active in the game you have to fight for, right? That's that too. I think just how new the season is, and Storm Surge still, I believe, possibly being accrued from hitting NPCs, especially those that offer like bounties and stuff. We saw Connor landing over at Dirty Docks. He starts off with 2 NPCs, and we tune in with them 1,000 damage above Surge, right? So you're talking about pre-planning your routes, but also pre-plan where you're moving in terms of where all these NPCs spawn. Get your Surge up that way.
Yes, sir. Here now, though, there's a team up north just outside the Salty Towers. Capelor is going to have to heal up. They're at a single elimination. So this draw spot, paying a little something forwards to them. This is one of the better draw spots. One of the more exciting ones to return to the game. A mix of the favorite houses from Salty, but obviously the fan favorites from the Tilted Towers. Here in the Weeping Woods, a little rotate coming out of P. Pfluger, playing it outside of the zone. Is this the way that you ride yourself to grand finals? I don't know. In a tough situation right now, right? Playing with the Storm line right now.
I'm not sure what the game plan here is like in general overall. They can get a lot of the stuff that they're getting in that zone inside of Weeping Woods. If it's a little bit of metal, I mean, I know there's no RVs available now, but there has to be some residual stuff left inside these cabins. I know the reboot is something these guys obviously want for Alfie, and if he's back in the game, the X Factor returns. These guys can get aggressive on their fights. Past that, though, in the middle of the desert between Salty Towers and the 0 point, we have Endicas, who ended up coming up second in that last game in a fight with Burrito, Noms, and Green.
It's the first time we've seen them on camera today. How are they going to be able to perform here? Green, under pressure, gets tagged even through the ramp phase there. Tries to slide underneath for protection, but didn't quite catch it. Burrito comes down off of his high ground hold, and now they're all in the same layer. This is where the choke out comes from the opponents usually. Will they be able to isolate one of these teammates in time? Hissing shotguns on the other side. It's rattling, so you know it's going to do damage. It's going to bite. Green right in the middle, trying to play defense for both sides and keep his teammates very much aware of the surroundings. I don't know.
Switch. Or what else was there, Monster?
I was gonna say, I don't know. They have to fight back though, right? The more you allow the enemies to shoot, you just run out of material.
The thing about it too, the way these guys fight, right? Nom's coming from that content creator type of standpoint, looking for beams, will have possible more passive angles, but we'll be able to take those shots. We've seen him play in some other competitions before when it comes to DreamHack, when it comes to FNCSs, so not a stranger to competition. Right now, taking that bottom passive angle, but this fight is going straight towards the skies.
Here it is. Talk about Noms. He has around 2+ M followers here across all social channels. Focusing full-time on being a content creator. It's pretty sick here. Representing for Indiana University. Here's the other side. This is the team they're going against. Andy Cuz and Hussein. Pressuring down from up above, not giving up their strong position. It's a long and drawn-out fight here. This is one It obviously holds a lot of weight in the competition, right? This is game 2, game 4. This is past the halfway mark. Burrito is at 34 points. Nons, Green, and Burrito here. That's pretty decent. They're like in the middle of the competition. They're on track to qualify for brands. This competition, this fight, right, can easily snatch that opportunity away.
Easily, which is why I'm confused as to why they're in the fight and also what's going on in the fight, because this other team of auras is just randomly dropping down left and right, and because we know they were so good at those end game rotates, but this is now a very high profile fight, and I think a fight neither team wants to continue with, yet they're still there box to box.
They're both, again, their damage is above the threshold as well, so now truly no reason to take the fight here. Now they see that they have all the tags that they need, and they've wasted so much resources, heals, material invested into this fight. It's one of those instances where now you almost have to think you kind of got to finish it, right? You need the loot or the material that will generate from the opponents, or you have to figure out how to bounce back.
We'll have to try to. That zone's gonna start moving in just a minute. Tiger's still looking for some type of shots. Wavy takes out Pikachu on the other side of the map. Only one team has gone down so far. Alfie eliminating himself?
Storm
Question
Surge.
mark?
It's going off. Oh,
Man.
Mecha Koopa is going to fall there too. 7 more players have to fall. And we're pretty deep into the zone 3, so you got to assume they're running out of heals already. Ramster is going to find Immaculate. There's not a lot of strategies to really keep you alive here unless you're on a campfire and a couple heals, right? Like ultimately you got to fight. Like it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And the fact that there's still 6 players up above it means that, yeah, so there's teams going through it right now.
Maybe that was why both these teams were kind of staying secluded. They didn't want to start moving and get in trouble with all these other teams trying to box dive.
Well, look, they end up disengaging either way. It doesn't really amount to anything now. The team with high ground, though, Husant, Kygers, and Andy Cuz are way in advance or in the lead here with the materials, so they don't have as much as an issue as the others do. Because of that, at least they're still middling in the competition. Their entire run not being completed run. Pfluger's going to fall to the Storm Surge there as well, and down he goes. 90 damage above here for Andy Cuz, Husant, and Kygers. Should be enough to keep him in. And there, finally, the last player falls. Parkour EXE. He's going to be the one that concludes the Storm Surge there.
Tactical rotations, shots need to be taken from all sides. Once again, finding ourselves in the town of Brown when it comes to sand. Always somewhat the zone pulling from the center side of the map, but now we're on to greener grassy lands all around. Some hills available with the river as well. Next to Dirty Docks. River Scrub and Duke are looking at a good spot, but we talked about Dirty. We're talking about the people in the lead. I'm wondering how Connor's looking like with Gage, because this looks like it's their side of the zone.
Yeah, definitely. They landed that Dirty Dock section, so they definitely are in this eastern portion somewhere. You have to think at this point, probably playing for some high ground, probably poised up on one of these mountains here, or in the mix of those bills just nearby. Duke River and GW, the Scrub, looking around right now. Kygers, who was obviously in that drawn-out extended fight, did find little Millie. So Millie's down. That's a free refresher for his entire team, one of which they absolutely needed. Those early game fights, when they draw into those other zones like this, plays a huge factor now, because you can see that how players are dispersed out, right? There's not a lot of time now to find material, not unless it goes over a major point of interest or structure. And that's not the case here.
Now it's all about investing what you found throughout the entire game. Once again, with all this natural low ground being hilly, lots of different types of elevation, you can actually point out landmarks and start basing up there rather than playing off of other trios and where they're built out. So we'll have different types of ideologies coming in for rotations. Zone actually pulling straight towards the center, so everyone should have a free-ish type of rotation. There's not going to be something ridiculous someone has to make to get to the circle. That also means these teams in the center, teams like Slytic, King, and Yappa, have such a stronger spot and can go for more beams.
Yeah, definitely. They're right in the middle. They can see every piece of the action. on all outskirts. Kairos finds another knock there and the full finish. Andy Cuz is going to be able to follow up there. That's going to be a fresh refresher. Yes, look, they're on the right side of the box there. So it was a box fight. They dive in on another player, isolating these solos. ZM7, what was left? Remember, they lost Little Millie. ZM7 gets tagged up, moving into the new storm line there too. 0 point fish though on Preston. No heals, just a med kit. Team, no shields, everyone onto whites. This is a rough spot for Bryce. 3 ball and Preston to be in. They need a come up ASAP. 6 damage below the surge as well, so they have to fight. How do you set this fight up? Do you set Preston in, who's got a little bit of shield, right, to lead the charge? This is tough.
You pop the 0 point, you go all in. This is 8 points, 3 games in the competition. This is not the spot you really have a pedestal from. This is the last chance, honestly, if you want to see that top 10 anywhere near your trio's name. For Preston, the 3 ball for Bryce. So I feel like they need to just wipe out a whole trio right now, upgrade their loadouts, drop the fishing rod, see if it's possible.
You can see here, Code Red trio hails from University of Akron. Goes in the school boats, 3 esports centers totaling over 5,200 square foot, including the Akron esports arena. Gotta love esports is definitely the future. Oh no, we kind of hop back into it though. Things are getting a little scrappy here. Talk about them having to throw it all on the table there. Preston dives in and gets hit with several heavy AR shots. His whole team knocked right now, but he is gonna be able to get saved here. Ball money finds it. Humphreys and Preston being knocked in the distance there, gets finished off.
That's tragic. That was Tax. That was Tax, the team that was above them too. So not a soft team that's just gonna leave you hanging. Capelor and his squad though, in terms of points, are 18. So gotta realize there's a bunch of teams in the middle of the pack here where this game is very, very important. That placement is not really, or it is active right now. It was active since the start of the game. Everyone had 1 point coming into this. Every trio going down, every Elam will just have that ripple effect. King getting taken out by that Code Red squad we just talked about at Esport Arena in full use in terms of aim, at least in terms of the training. Let's see what else Capelor can do though.
Looking off here now. Plenty of players outside still have to make their way in. I'm counting about 12 or so on the cut through. So these are opportunities. Big shot there onto the scrub. That's going to be one that opens up the opportunity for the rest of his team to continue to put pressure in. KD on the other side too. Trashing's not going to be good though from Capelor. He doesn't see him. GW gets tagged from another squad. On high ground though is Connor, Gage, and XC. They come in nice and late here. And they're back in the same comfortable position. Almost where we left them off at game 3. We saw quickly, right? Even a team with high ground, even a team like Connor, they can still lose these games from these positions. Anything can happen.
That one throw last time. That all the heals, everything over with Connor. Now it looks like they are a little bit spread apart in terms of who gets the floppers, who has the shockwaves and the power attack. They don't have that one star player to rely on in total, but it's not those same strats of sending one person in first. Monster, you pointed it out, that Zaytsaf stretch type of strategy with trios. They're just replicating it game after game.
Yeah, the nice split up here. Use the bouncers to get across, wait for teams to set. And now they all come together. High ground there. This is, again, the same situation from before where they came into these final moments with not a lot of elims. Already, though, Gage is the first one to start racking them up. He's always going to lead. The firepower from Gage, the tracking and decision making for him to be an opportunistic. He always finds them. Here's all the risks though. Look at all of the players flying in the air. They're
trouble for Connor. Yes, they have to be careful though, because you mentioned, Monster, that anti-shockwave strat is easily countered by the rifts. Being on an island by yourself on height, so palpable for anyone to just drop down off that rift. Claim height if they're feeling psychotic. So right now with 1.3k above surge, Connor's fine is just to look out for any of those crazy trios dropping from the sky.
And the real play, honestly, when you really think about it now, is when those rifts go off, if you have shockwaves, like the play might just be go for height at that point. As Connor finds Noms there, and now Mills. That's a back-to-back knock there. 2 feet for the kid. Those are going to be siphons waiting to convert. This is a perfect time to jump down and get scrappy into the box if you really want it. Here it is. Novelist concluded over. Now Capalor is the one under fire. Another tag into the zone he goes. He's got to slide out to the side there. Shockwave's coming out. Everyone's trying to get to the storm line here and play it safe, but not Connor, not company. They're controlling high ground. They're controlling narrative here.
Absolutely, and they're untouched, unscathed. I don't think anyone has shot at them or even tried to do anything. Bar Capalor connecting one wall. Capalor gets eliminated. That person's got knocked out of the sky in just a matter of 1 second. Surge was still going off. Now it's over. EBK, that last person taken out by the Surge, and then past that, there's just nothing that anyone can do in this entire server to stop Connor, Cage, and Exceed on their high ground rampage.
He's finding another knock there too, and he's going all the way up top. Now finally he comes down slowly, surely, but not enough. They just want to continue to walk their way to a potential victory royale here. Less Division's going to be the target soon. Doesn't even have an opportunity to block it. Too low of an HP, too weak of a material wall defending him. Wood's not going to cut it. It's not enough. Even the metal here gets shredded when you have multiple players putting that pressure in the shot. And also, remember, kind of needed that loot there. Now he's back to max ammunition, more material. This is a sure dub for the team right now. Can't see it going a different way.
Why do these guys even have 5 inventory slots? That's my question. All they need is ARs, the ammo, and the mats. That's all they've used for the past 4 minutes on heights. So some overtaking happening up top, but I think that's just for insurance. We'll tune into some serious action for Duke River on the line now. This is what it looks like to get pressured by a high ground team. Look at the mats just go down. Look at the shield down River. Oh my God. He paid attention for maybe less than a millisecond. Lost the attention of what's going on in his builds. Connor just takes him out in an instant. Past that too. Shockwave is not going to save Duke. River finally gets taken out by Connor. These guys are just running this whole server down.
Definitely. 14 players remain now as the final zones are starting to close out. Like I said before, him picking up those medium ammunitions give him everything that he needs. He's been able to split with his teammate now. So those are the refreshers, those key endgame refreshers that matter at the highest level of Fortnite competition. 5 elims now. Exceed doesn't even have a single one, but you sure bet his compact SMG is really causing a disruption for everyone else in the mix there.
They're left on wood. No one has anything they can do. These guys are shooting each other's builds. They're so hungry for the beams. Connor's still looking down. He hasn't taken out anything else. There's a hint of him having a tactical shotgun. I needed a reminder too. If there was anything else they were doing.
I was just gonna say.
I was just gonna
say it. I was gonna say the way you win now is you cancel anyone from healing. You go down and you rift them up. Connor needs to do just that, and just like that, they walk their way to a victory royale. Connor's been here before. He's been playing Fortnite for the longest of periods. You know he has the strategies. This is just reminiscent of the old seasons. That was a flex.
That was more than a flex. That was a message that these guys are on a different level compared to, I would say, even both heats from what we watched. That is crazy.
Yeah, anyone that's watched a fair amount of Fortnite would know that those kind of plays are now, they can happen again. It doesn't matter how you package up the prize here. Rift to Go Fish is still a mobile Rift to Go. And, Reese, when you use it like that, it's a very great strategy.
Let's break it down. ESL Katowice, March 2019, Zayt and Saf, exact same play. Everyone went crazy. It was such an incredible moment at that time. And the exact same thing happens. The Rift is in the game 5 days, and the exact same strategies are pulled out to bring that massive victory royale. I love to see great and creative plays with, I was going to say new items, but new items, we'll say.
Yeah, I mean, it is a new item. It's here to come. It's here to stay, and it's here to play for the new season. Shyo, look at the leaderboard here. Connor, Exceed, and Gage, a team that is obviously here to play, is now breaking away with a serious lead.
Yeah, there were some, big titans competing with them. I would say Tax, Phantom, and Thanks were up there for the longest time, but now Duke River and Scrub, off of that last performance, surviving the onslaught of fire, get up to third. Crispy, Smarty, and Mills are there too. We saw Mills get taken out early by Connor, so that triple-digit run gets a little bit slowed down. Past that though, Reese, are there any other big things other than maybe Carpsy at 7th now on this first page of the leaderboard?
I mean, we've got Duke's team in 3rd here. had 8 games where they finished in the top 10 during the regular seasons, and they've had 3 to date alone. So this is a really, really big performance for them coming out. Their regular season performance over the last 8 to 10 weeks has been really good, but nothing stand out. And then today, huge pop-offs.
There you guys have it. That's your first page. We'll continue to slide through these next ones here on your second to round out your top 10. Control, Harsh, and Harmony at 75 points. Just 4 points off, though, is Arrow, Dylan, and Derpy. Saw a little bit of them coming in through the game there. Bit of a tougher game for them, dropping a bit earlier than they probably have liked. And now because of that, their average placement is going to suffer, and down to top 10 they go. Sliding on down for the rest of the standings here. Last we checked in, other teams are slipping away. The previous top 10 team, which was Tifu Chap and the fake Mongrel there, they slide down about 7 slots or so. And here's your third page to round out before we hit that fourth. But it's very much a competition here now. These last pages, everyone's starting to pick up some points. Obviously, your team's all the way in the back. The opportunity to take home the grand final seeding, probably not there unless they pop off huge now, Shyo.
Yeah, past that to all the teams that had 20 points, 15 points, and end up going down early, like we saw with Fluger and Alfie overall. They end up just being in the fray now of all these top 15 teams. So many more people just pulling up right beside them. Next game is going to be the thing that can differentiate you from other teams that are tied with you on points. If you're in the lead, you can make your lead even that much more wider if you have another good performance. That's looking at Connor and history. We'll see how that goes for this heat.
And I want to pose a question. I'm going to put a stat out there first. When Connor gets into the top end games, if he's alive, his team gets 5th. If he's not alive, on average, they get 12th. The question is Connor the hard carry?
He's the IGL. He's got to put the thinking cap on and get the squad to do it. So, I mean, I wouldn't call him the carry because Gage is usually the one with all the Elans, but that time around, Connor's definitely the big man on campus. Good question there, though, Reese. We'll have to check in with you again in just a couple moments here as we're going to start to transition into what comes next. Obviously, this is where we lead into the next set of games, of course. That was game 4 for Heat 2. I'm not sure if we're going to go to Heat 1 next, Heat 2 again, but there's so much Fortnite action unfolding. We want to cover all of it to the best of our abilities, of course, here. So we'll get word now shortly, Shyo.
Yeah, we might have a Heat 1 game 4 endgame we're looking at. Yes, sir. And here is DMA a lot. Push Flicks having some shots on the top side, but Mountains might come in the way in this endgame.
Yeah, definitely. He is by himself as a solo right now. 5 eliminations, so huge. And remember, honestly, we were kind of talking about those last pages are out of the question for grand finals. I take it back, man. I'm actually going to step back there. 16th place, 17th best consistent team. You can still jump into those top pages. Just when I saw the placement that time around, it is very much close for anyone. Even on those, in those mid competitions around those 20 or so slots, right? That's the bubble mark right here because there's only 2 heats. I'm typically I'm used to standard kind of top 8s come out of heats, but I forgot this is actually double that. So there's a lot of opportunity to even qual in 2 games.
Yeah, it's kind of reminiscent of what the minor regions look like, right? Where half of the heat gets to move forward. So if you look at it from that perspective, definitely a lot of time to move forward, but sometimes it's not just about qualifying. It's about sending that message and getting the practice and the patterns you need to have a good grand finals. You still want to be able to hit that top 5, have the best placement. Even if you're up by yourself like Django, you want to be able to do something very nicely. And unfortunately, that person was not there available for the siphon. Django stutter steps his position moving forward into zone. Gets taken out. Chris Dots on the backside, though, does get his siphon in while on the zone line. So tiny is this final circle, and there's still 6 trios left alive.
Yeah, we saw a lot of solos there in those final moments get real scrappy down on the low ground here, though, as a team on height. 7 eliminations for Titan, Calfcat, and Flick. Was this our game 1 winners, if I'm not mistaken, looking to take another victory royale here coming out of game 4. They have the lead. Shockwaves and Bouncers are coming through, but doesn't sound like they're close enough to reach them. The tree being the saving grace, the separating factor between them. Look, they're walking together as a full trio right now. You can see all the angles. 1 goes down, 2 goes down to back them up. Here's Cascat playing with that zone. He steps in, and yes, they slam in. They find the big dunk, and that right there is going to be their 9th elimination now.
I'm looking at the memo right now for their business plan, and it looks like it's business as usual for this trio because every game it's a top 3. Most impressive thing is every game there's 3 people alive, and they end up winning.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job. Definitely dominating their heat right now, as we saw another team. Again, that's the standout squads. These are the same players that coming into grand finals. We're going to have to build these big stories and hype around because they're showing that they're excelling away from the competition without a doubt there, Reese.
I know, and this is now 2 victory royales, but this is the first of either heat to pick up these 2 victory royales. Both of them with 9 eliminations too. So next 2 games, I think, do these guys have this first place solidified? It kind of seems like they do to me, but we'll see when they get the leaderboards up. But anyone in second place definitely still has a chance, but these guys are being so consistent that it's going to be really tough to take that from them.
I mean, if it comes down to a tiebreaker, we know they got the win lead already. So that's how that's playing out here, Shyo. Look at that. Upwards of 27-point gap now away from Wilgo, Rhino, and King. But Wilgo, Rhino, and King averaging 4th place. So they are very much the second best in this heat.
Yeah, and then 13 points past that as well for Mars 7 Bags. But these guys, you know, I would also say 3rd best in terms of hitting that triple digits. What we see game to game. Mackle, Speedy, Jelly, not too far behind. Kit, we've seen him go down in a few end games here and there. Berkey, Doinks, and Stinky, these guys having some of the best 5th zone positions. It doesn't always translate, Reese. Sometimes there's inconsistencies in people's game plans.
Yeah, that inconsistency is kind of shown in their placements as well, because their first 2 games started off with 11th and then a 16th. So not overly great performance, not picking up too many points from placements or from eliminations there. But then in game 3, they picked up that big victory royale with 4 eliminations. Really good, great amount of points to them. And then that last game, 8th with 3 elims. So again, they kind of started off pretty slow, but again, their positioning was really good. They picked up that victory royale, and now they're really picking up some steam. They're going to need to continue this on into the next few games as well.
Pressure's on, though, for Fuzzy there, who you saw was just inside the top 10, and the gap between him and everyone else is only about 14 points or so. So these are your bubble squads that have to jump up to 16th and or be the best overall 17th spot team, which even then you are risking a lot because that's across both of the heats. So you don't really want it to come down to that. Obviously, you want to play your best and break up towards that top 16. But for Steve McSweat, our recent, right, our most recent Season 0 duo champions, to be that far down is actually very concerning, showing that this heat is not just a free heat by any means. You have a championship team all of a sudden now having a rough time. But we're going to toss a quick and short break here. When we return, we'll come back with more heats, more gameplay action. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening, guys. We'll see you soon. Welcome to the 0 Point. This center map desert location is the new central point for the lore of Fortnite. Not only that, it houses the new crystals that allow you to teleport. Now, under the effect of the crystal, you can actually dash in any direction. This allows you to exploit inside of boxes, take fights confidently, or even go for high ground if you look straight up in the air. With this being the latest addition to the Fortnite world, another mobility item enters the fray.
A new POI has emerged out of the 0 Point, and that is Hunter's Haven. It's located to the south side of the map on the hills where the Sentinel's graveyard used to be. This location also has a ton of IO soldiers that spawn around it. Difficult to eliminate because they have so much effective HP, however, you're guaranteed to get a rare tactical assault rifle from eliminating them, which is huge for ammo management. Since there's so many hills surrounding it, fighting in this area is really difficult because teams are always on these high points in the hills, shooting down at players who are down below. And speaking of hills, this is probably one of the best spots for Storm Surge in the game. It's a center map position, it already has hills surrounding it so that you can end up taking tags on players who are rotating all the way through, and this was true.
Welcome back to the Play vs 20, a Fall 20 College Championship. Hold up, not just the 20, it's 2020, baby. Yeah, we got championships, games unfolding right now from the heats leading into the grand finals for tomorrow. We're in the finals. So things are really going back and forth. Titan, Cascade, and Flick here have won 2 games out of Dirty Docks. And it seems like this draw spot is really the spot to be. Their teams here, Connor, Gage, and Exceed's teams here. Like, this is a draw spot right now that for the new season, Dirty Docks is looking like a great place for the 2 seasons, or for the 2 heats.
Yeah, let's call it like it is, right? This is the first place drop spot, 100%. without a doubt. These guys are all looking so good. Specifically, Maryland Esports Training Academy is where these guys are from, and definitely putting in training at this academy for esports 100%, because you know, a combined of $5,000 of earnings between this trio, finishing top 5 in 3 of the 8 weeks. Overall, just the way these guys have been looking today, Titan Cascat and Flick are just overall, as we saw with Connor, miles ahead of the competition.
Yeah, they are very much ahead. I mean, again, securing multiple victory royales is a big deal. That is a sure confidence booster. You know, honestly, a mental, right? A mental prep, right, for coming into grand finals. Not only that, they've had all these games, right? They've had all these games to prove it today, but they've been proving it for weeks on end now just to get this far into the grand finals. 8 weekends to be exact of competition that led up throughout the regular season here. I think tomorrow we'll have a lot more, I guess, to say about what comes next for the 2021 season, but for what we can tease and for what it's worth, there's more to come. So if you're tuned in from the outside, hey man, maybe it's time for you to sign up. Do you play for a college? Are you part of a university in the United States or Canada? Right? It's something to think about.
This is good too, right? Because a lot of the time, sometimes people are like, man, there's so many solidified names already that are playing. It's so hard for me to find my own groove, or it's so hard for me to differentiate myself, get the competitive experience. PlayVS is like the perfect place to do that with just the right type of competition with those top teams that are playing, right, who are consistent. So it's a very good proving grounds for a lot of these newer teams.
Yeah, definitely. And honestly, they're setting up the stage for the first ever competitive gameplay for this new season. Obviously, this season just revealed itself just a couple days ago. Way to time the grand champs to just so happen to land right into the bend of the new season. You never really know what comes with Fortnite, but here it is, high-end competition, high stakes, $100,000 on the line to be exact in scholarships. Okay, shockwaves are going out though. This is a tough fight here. Seems like we're watching this in 2x right now. It is going down here. Hold up, slow down.
You were saying high stakes. I was thinking high speed, man. Like either that or focus is on a completely different level.
That's what happens when you eat those peppers. They allow you to move really fast.
Server might have ate like
careful.
5.
Here's Rhino though. Will Go and King. 3 eliminations already coming into the mid game here. And still a stacker of a lobby. 81 players up. Minute 30 on the clock there as things are starting to close out. Very much. They just actually wiped this team up here in Salty Towers. I think Salty is actually now... So before Salty Towers, Salty Springs would have been a pretty bad drop spot for a trio. Like, there's not a lot of loot here. The Salty Towers changes that narrative completely. It puts it upside down on its head. There is so much more loot here now.
Let's talk about what replacements actually happened at the POI, right? We had a blue house with the removal of the basement, basically only having, what, 1 chest? That one solo, lonely... what, bungalow house as well on the northern side of things, also just having 1 chest. You replace that with a big castle looking building, plus the extra tilted building, plus the clock tower, which has like 4 chests on its own.
Yep.
You now have like an actual competing major POI.
Yeah, in the middle of the map, more or less, right? So you have the remnants of the new 0-point rift area that have plenty of loot. You have this central zone location now, Salty Towers. You have the Haven now, which also operates as a great center point location with tons of loot and variety. So for the first time in a long time, we have 3 draw spots, somewhat center zone. Honestly, even if you go back to chapter 1, Lazy Lake was in the center and then everything else was off of that. So there has never been multiple POIs that really house a great draw spot in the middle. It was Lazy Lake and I guess the Dusty Divot before, but now we have 3, so it does change the dynamic up a bit.
Definitely does, and that's like one of the biggest things too in terms of like reacting to that change dynamic from season to season, especially when you have to switch, you know, what you would say would be modes completely, ending up switching partners. When you have the opportunity to keep the same trio alive and then react to changes, you grow as well as a player, right? And those relationships kind of with your team strengthen.
Without a doubt, another team strengthening their grip on the lobby is Jelly, Speedy, and Mackle here, who had 92 points so far in Heat 1. This is game number 5. This is the tail end. 2 more rounds are left here. This one coming to its close here soon, too, as Zone 2 is on their way right now. The meta for the game right now is definitely to use these vehicles and rotate in. Honestly, you want to save the vehicle past Zone 3 so you can get to 4 and park up right in the middle. That's the way you play these end games. That's what we learned from the previous season. This time we have introduction of the sand tunneling, which is also going to be very, very interesting, but we don't get to see it play out this time around. Its features currently turned off, but when that comes in too, we won't need the vehicles to do that play, right? That'll be another way to get the same thing done.
The thing is, the vehicles are able to, go past those rivers. They're able to, move off of the dirt, go to Hunter's Haven, and still be on high speed. At the cost, though, of being a little bit more high key. The best thing about those sand rotations that we hopefully get to see in another tournament very soon is that they're so quiet, so discreet. You're never gonna be able to see anyone moving in that sand.
Here's a fun fact. Jelly's trio that we just saw on screen has won more than 60% of their fights when he's the first player to engage with another team. There's some really fun facts here about some of the pros and the players here that are playing today. For the first time, I'm sure someone like Jelly never really realized that he's the guy that when he fights, they win most of the time. But hey, you see it written down. Maybe it's about time you let him decide who, what, when, where, and why.
I'm even wondering how they got that stat. That is a crazy stat to see. I didn't know the API had like room to see who gets shot first, last, who does the shooting.
Our brains behind the scene, we'll look at the time of the bullet makes connection, right, and tie it to the elim. We got it.
That's actually insane.
It's kind of crazy, right? What you can do with numbers. Got to put some appreciation for Prodigy, always supporting us broadcast after broadcast here at the practice server. Okay, back to the play versus scene though. We have Levy, DTV, Xeno, Drip. They're going to have to fight for this Storm Surge here if the other team needs it. Because they might be comfortable, but you don't really know what the other teams are looking like. 12 players will have to fall now soon. That's a fair amount of trios.
Not as big as other lobbies that we've seen today, though. We've seen some 22-man situations that need to go down. 92 players left alive. 10 less than usual right now, and it looks like on the sides of the map, it's a little bit more low-key in the fights that we're seeing for Flu, Levi, and Xeno Drip, though. Always exciting when the fights start to break down. This player didn't even get to clap back. Trotta just got sent straight back to the lobby.
Yeah, it was the tracking there. What was that, a 82, 60 body, and then the closeout. How quickly things can end with the tactical shotgun, especially when it hits hard, connects all the way, and you don't miss a beat. Lobo Senjo, Jack and Raska saw a little bit of them from game number 1. Since then, they've been very, very much dormant, honestly. 23 points. Top 16 is what they're fighting for right now, as they are just a bit off track right now. If there wasn't already pressure on a trio like this to perform, there's more now. And they're 100 damage below the Storm Surge here. So the entire team has to start working for it. There it is. He's going to get tagged by the Surge. He's going to get tagged again. Every time he gets hit, that's a mini out. That's the entire team. Gets hit again. Shield gets cracked because of the Surge. They hear it. They counter push. Things are going to catch up here now, Shyo.
I'm hoping that just because we're watching this side of things that we're not spoiled by any means, because this is still on that 2 times, I believe, speed of people popping things left and right.
Either way,
of it, though.
they got wiped out. They're out.
Yeah,
they're done. Archer, Rocky, and Metro now walk away with a couple eliminations for free here due to the Surge. That's what we talked about. Teams that need to fight. Sometimes those teams are the most dangerous, right? You don't want to back a wounded animal into a corner. Gotta fight for their lives.
Unless you need Surge from that animal, right?
Gotta get the Surge, man.
Surge. Might still go down for all the Surge around the map. it's way past it too. It's like, I think people are just committed now. They have to go for it. Teammates are down left and right. We're actually seeing first use of Mandalorian sniper rifle as well.
True.
Up on Anthems.
Hasn't quite made its debut today. Mythic still being in the game every season now. Since the start, we've seen Mythics really take a step back in how they manipulate or change the story, right? That is the competitive scene right now. This sniper is very much a great weapon and has some pretty interesting usage. You can double tap left click with it if you hit fire, and it'll actually go into a spear dive, right? Like a javelin of sorts.
And you can use that like vertically as well in terms of trying to maneuver in midair. Has a little bit of a delay on building. You can get some errors, but it's actually insane for mobility at the same time for snipes as well. Doing a lot of damage, having like a thermal type of view as well, so you cannot hide in those bushes.
Yeah, definitely. I got to play with it a little bit today. Even using it to, again, jump in those boxes. It allows you to dash right through, get inside enemy boxes. Hard to track, man. It's almost like kind of like the 0-point fish dash. You just pop them in one place, you end up in another. It's a very, very great weapon to have. Here's Coach DDT, Heights, and GVU, Cuba Wabi. Trying to put in some line of sights here on some opponents. Heavy AR in the inventory. We all know that's a stinger if you can find a couple tags with it. 33 points. Another team on the bubble now. Another team that really has to put up with the pressure of performing here. Game 5 of Heat 1. Your lobbies are starting to thin out. The games are starting to run away from you now. This is a game that they have to do very, very well if they want to stay in the bubble, if they want to stay in this top 16.
Everything's on the line for these guys. We were talking about the tags. Right now, it's more so about the movement before the tags start. They're really greeting for that middle zone position or just somewhere that's a little bit more isolated. A lot of other spots already have teams on those buildings.
Saw a bit of Grandview University. Now we're hopping on over with CMU here. Again, this is the platform for collegiate esports competition here in the Fortnite scene. The official partner with Fortnite and Epic Games. $100,000 on the line for scholarship. I want to say they've given up upwards of even more money. Honestly, just added it all up and what they've given up until this point. So it's really crazy. CMU being Carnegie Mellon University. That's the team that's on screen right now. Jelly, Speedy, Mackle. Speedy has some fun facts about him too. He actually leads the Fortnite scrim scene for the college students. He is the face of the PlayVS practice sessions. The lead organizers there, so I expect him to do very well, and they are. 94 points.
See if that speed of aggression you can show up on the back half of this competition. They're not currently in first, so we're holding that title slightly after the first 2 games. Now dropped down all the way to 4th overall before game 5. So can they pull it up? Basically seem to be already qualified for those grand finals, but I want to see if they can really show us what prime time action looks like from their fuel. Throughout going down, Mr. Fanboy takes a little bit of tags from the same side and while trying to maybe get his teammate back towards this box. Brick as well, trying to evaluate the position, trying to build out a little bit more to stop the pressure. Loses his shield. Past that gets wrapped up by Timmy6969.
Yeah, it just shows you how quickly the wall can come down and all of a sudden the damage comes in behind it. Fuzzy, Cinnamon, and Steve McSweat probably has the the best story of all trios here. Best friends, brothers, and champions colliding all with one another right now. Big punishment coming in for Fuzzy though, but his team's here to back him up. Cinnamon, Pancakes, and Steve McSweat holding the walls behind him. Medkit comes out, that's the full 10, and now the double heals. Surge not an issue for them, but Elims are. 69 points only. A team that we expected to be so much higher here for the Heats. But this playstyle, this consistency that they've managed to pull out as far as their placements go, will bode well in a grand final setting. So let's not count them out. Their playstyle, though, just makes it very, very tough, right, for a Heat section because they're on the bubble. They're in the top 10, but barely holding on.
Want to make sure they hit that threshold, but at the same time, making adjustments now will be a risk. Being consistent, being in that top 15, it's good overall. Whenever you make that push, whenever you decide to adjust something, it can go very, very firmly. On height, though, business as usual. Titan, Passcat, E-Flick, still leading the lobby in
Here
position,
we go, though.
leading the lobby on the leaderboard, and just leading the lobby in general.
Yeah, it's getting pretty crazy here. Fish Flicks now, though, is the player on screen. Sergeant Sash up above, and Coots. This is a trio now. The wide shot here is going to really set it up for us for a second here. Let's take a look. Titan on high ground off in the distance. DTV, Xenodrip still in this run as well. Cascat up above. They're holding out. If they pull this half in, half out, which doesn't seem like anyone did. No, it's going to go the opposite direction. It's going to go completely south here. Everyone has to make a big move right now. Let's figure out how this is going to work out for Sash and Flicks here. I mean, Shyo, this is a tough spot to be in. Everyone has to move. If you don't have mobility, you're done.
Probably the most important thing right now, especially moving away from Lazy Lake, everyone will be stacked up on materials. Might have found some extra loot too. Sergeant Sash has the big AR as mentioned.
Sounds like things are still pretty rough here on the other side, but hold up. 457 above the surge. Cinnamon Pancakes is knocked there by AJX, and now he's down. That's a big knock, and oh, the full finish. He's out of the game here. The Storm Eye is shrinking here in 25 seconds until zone 7, and then it never takes a break again. Everyone has to keep on moving. Fuzzy and Steve now left as a duo team. The champions here left to play with one another. Still 0 eliminations, but plenty of heals here to survive the storm if they do decide to play it nice and slow here for the placement points. 18 duos remain here in the game. It's becoming closer and closer now in these final moments. This is game 5, Pete 1 now. Rotates come out. The cut across zone 7, 45 seconds here left. This removes it, but hold up, someone falls into the box. It's Blue on 51 who eats a couple of big shots here from Sash and company. And that's another knock. 4 eliminations for them and the refresher. Down Sash goes, though, as the floor breaks out, and he is out of the game. And here now on high ground, Coot is by himself. He has to jump down. He's too high to save. And yes, his bouncer is good. It lands him right off the edge of the wall there, and down to low ground he goes. Shyo, this is getting crazy. This is becoming intense.
This is just rough for anyone in a solo spot. Currently at the moment, that is what it is for Coot. He's still taking shots up top, taking out legendary AR that Sash had on the low ground. The zone bounces back. Even better for Heights. Even better for Cascade, Flick, and Titan to make their lead as wide as possible in this heat.
Will they be able to go for a 3rd victory royale here on the day? Already coming out of game number 5. We'll find out shortly. 6 eliminations here. High ground hold. All of these players in the pocket there have no shields available, so it ain't looking too good for these other enemies. But it is looking very good for Flick, Titan, and Cascat on height right now. Still, they have a Rift to go fish. They have Chug Splashes, minis, but no AR in Flick's inventory, so they will have to come down and get into the fight. This is not a free win just yet. They will have to fight for it.
Fight will drop down, but we know every time these guys survive as a 3-pair, then drop down, do the damage, and win the game. Will that be the next thing that we see? The 3rd to be all overall for the team on height. Jenkins, low HP for the moment, but it's Nurse that gets taken out on the low ground. Past that, it's fully eliminated by Cheerio. We're gonna be able to keep the dream alive and hopefully get to that top 10 before game 6 starts. Jelly gets Soy Domo while Coot is still alive. A quad solo run against trios, and he's still dropping damage. 40 builds left, though he's in a lot of trouble, and his back is against the zone wall.
Definitely now, as he steps out here, he's going to get down and dirty. He has to get into the mix here. He does have a charged shotgun, so this can be some big damage here. AX on the other side of the wall, though. Hold up. He's surrounded now by 2 different enemies. He goes in for the solo trying to heal. And instead, the punishment comes out. And no, he can't hit the shot in time. He's out the game here. 4 duos remain. Cascade on high ground still hasn't managed to find any extra ammunition. So it is up to whether or not they can jump down. Will Meta Elite get into the mix here? Down comes the Shockwave. The Siphon is good. And yes, he finds one there. Still, it's all shotgun action in the low here. They don't have anything else. In the distance, it doesn't matter. The zone will help assist, and they walk away with the victory royale again here, Shyo.
Patience, just good decision making, and the right calls at the end beat anything. Whether it's shockwaves, a bouncer to height, insane pressure. I mean, these guys over from Maryland, they're just doing it better than honestly everyone else from either heats.
And right now, that was one of the best games I've ever seen because these guys have been so consistent. 3 victory royales. And this is actually the same amount of victory royales that they've had through all 10 weeks of the regular sessions already. So 3 victory royales in 5 games, and they've managed to tie that with all the way through the regular sessions. So incredible performance from them.
And this is a team, like you said, has finished in the top 5 in 3 of the 8 weeks consistently, time and time again. Combined, I mean, they have over 5,000 in earnings, so they've literally already been making their statement, their way through Comp Fortnite outside of the collegiate space. But stepping in now, they are dominating this heat without a doubt. I mean, it started off very much close for everyone else, but now it's the Flick, Cascat, and Titan show up towards the top there in their own league. Second, or 2.2 average place, my gosh.
The big thing too is that if they have one more good game and say Wogo, unfortunately, gets eliminated off spawn, they could lap the entire competition and points, be 100 over a classic event Horizon. Past that on the next space though, this is where things start to get a little bit more hairy and close. 77 points at 11th place, 78 at 10th, a 1-point differential, Reese.
1-point differential, so close between the two. And again, after that, it starts to dip off a little bit. 5 points, 1, and then another 7-point drop down below that again. So really, really close in this position. And any of these teams really can take this. Any of the teams basically down from 17th below this, one big game, one huge victory royale, they turn on their performance, pick it up, will take them into that qualification slot. So very exciting to watch. I'm excited to see any of these teams under this threshold currently. Who's going to kind of get over that threshold and qualify?
Yeah, and look, there it is. See how close those points are. 55 is going to be the jump up mark that you need to beat at the very, very least now. Obviously, Steve, Cinnamon, and McSweaty there, you saw, or Fuzzy for a second. You realize how close they were. They are only 30 points away from this. That's like barely even a good game, right? Or so. So it is very much close up to that top 10 placement point. It really is anyone's game. Who's going to be able to qualify through? No one can afford to fail this final run.
Not at all. Past that too, all the way to 32nd. We still have some life from those trios at the bottom trying to claw all the way back and maybe get one pop-off game to be in that top 16, the top 10. See if it's possible, but either way, there's just one more game left for both heats.
And that's tough. That's really tough if you're down in that bottom. Your mentality is tough. I guarantee a lot of these people are either struggling with Storm Surge, which the guys at the top really aren't. They have their strategies down, be it using the kind of different ARs that they have in the meta right now, or they just have that great strategy down. It'll be tough if you're in the bottom. But again, one game left, big victory royale, lots of eliminations, can still pull them up the leaderboard.
Yeah, because 16th is deep. That's deep into the running here. Remember, there's 33 duos, so with 16, it's really about being above that halfway mark. We're going to be hopping into the next rounds, though, here, because things are going to continue to, roll on, right, as we hit the final rounds here now. Obviously, Reese, thanks for joining us here at the desk, but we're going right into the next games right now. It's the final game here, or not the final game, but the game 5, the end games of the heat number 2. Again, 2 heats happening at the same time. This heat here, once again, it's Connor on high ground. This is 3 rounds in a row now. Connor, Exceed, and company have had the high ground hold. They have literally had what I would call a chokehold over the competition here. Everyone in their grip.
A chokehold that you can't tap out of. This is just non-stop spray of ARs over and over and over again, taking out top teams who are in second, all the way down to 20th, all the way down to 32nd. There's so many people just trying to save their competition. Gage, Exceed, and Connor are just saying no.
So many eliminations is the reason why they hold the record here for the play versus platform and stage. And they're continuing to do just that. Grand Finals tomorrow is going to be an interesting day. You have players like Gage running loose out here, picking up Siphon after Siphon. And that is going to be their 8th elimination, not including the knocks that are folding over. There it is. That's 9 now. And back up he goes. Doesn't even pulse the heel, right? He's like, all right, I can find some more shots in here. Let's not give up the pressure.
It's basically shaping out to be on both heats 2 teams of colossal size. Maybe even shaping up 3 wins for each of them. Might not even be back to back to back, but it's impressive nonetheless. Connor, I think, might just be going over for the 2nd overall. There was a choke beforehand, but we'll see if Harmony is going to be able to stop there. 6 elims for him, a very good run so far, but down to the zone, there's no room to move. Can anyone stop these guys in this endgame?
I'm not sure. It's a 2v3 situation. There still is a player there. Never mind. He ends up taking him out, doing all the hard work for him, and now Connor waits up top, fully heals here, and Exceed goes down. Big tag goes in, but the shockwave is out, so all Connor has to do now is wait and possibly walk away with a free victory out. Up comes the shockwave, and it's Arrow going for the 1v1 now. 5 eliminations for him, so 2 teams of which are popping off. It's all solos action. Connor doesn't have the HP. He needs to siphon down low if he wants to win this game here. Can Arrow do it as well, though? This is still a very much, you know, close game for everyone right now. And there, finally, someone exchanges down below, and it is Connor. Connor does have the HP lead, so Arrow has to take the 1v1 here now.
I think Connor might have gotten the tick first down. Does land 1 shot, but I think, yes, it was Arrow that stayed in the zone for slightly longer and had the defensive builds to make sure his white HP was not touched. He gets the win, but I think overall for points, it must have been Connor's team that had the more amount of eliminations.
Had at least 11 elims there, Reese.
11 indeed. And I was just going to say the difference between this and the previous game that they went through was interesting because they all stuck together in that previous game, had really good spacing. So if anyone tried to fight them, didn't really matter too much. They could just pick up those eliminations easily. This time, Gage got a little bit separated, went down to low ground, and he went down. And this was kind of the trickle effect then. And then just Exceed went down, left Connor alone, dancing on high ground, unfortunately, to be picked off in the end, placing 2nd. So potentially could have got that 1st place slot there.
Yeah, and I mean, that shows you how quickly a solo can still win a trio's endgame even by yourself. You can't count them out. One small mistake, or a couple of situations that line up to be 1v1 fights, and all of a sudden your team will get knocked off player by player. Let's watch the leaderboards, though, or check out the leaderboards here. Shyo, take me through the top.
On the top side, we still have Connor exceeding Gage all the way up at 176 points. That is a huge gap between first and honestly the rest of the server. Arrow, Dylan, Derpy there at 2nd, 3rd, Mills, Crispy, and Smarty. But the coolest thing to see is there's so many more teams in this heat that have hit triple digits.
So many. And, you know, some of these guys in the top 3 have really performed very, very consistently. Again, you know, Mills, Crispy, and Smarty still have an average placement of 6. So although they're not quite picking up the eliminations that Connor, Exceed, and Gage are in their games, they're still playing just as consistently and still have the same amount of victorials. But it just shows how consistent Connor, Exceed, and Gage are in their eliminations, that they're still almost 70 points ahead of this team.
Yeah, that was a 12 elimination spike once again there for Connor, exceeding Gage. So again, the narrative tomorrow coming in is we got to watch this Maryland, right? The meta team, meta elites from Maryland University step up and see what they can do. We're going to be watching Connor's team very much closely. Those are 2 squads that land at Dirty Docks. Who's going to give up the drop spot, right? Because now you're talking about our 2 number 1 teams from each of the seeds, right? Each of these heats, they share the drop spot. They actually have both been landing at the Dirty Docks. Here's your 2nd page, though. Big names in here to note. Noms, Green, and Burrito are down at the bottom on the bubble right now. They are going to need to have a heck of a game right now if they want to stay in and stay top 16 or be down to the wire for the top 17th best squad. Who will be able to step up to the plate here is the big question, because we know there's going to be some upsets.
Yeah, past that too on the next page, coming through 17th to 24th place, 54 points down to 33. Right here is kind of the outside of the bubble, looking at people who still want to be able to qualify. They're there, but they have a lot of competition neck and neck, just 3 points, 1 point, 2 points apart. So it'll be very close in this last game to see who actually makes it off of the Heat 2 teams.
And in 17th, like kind of what you were talking about, King's Trio there start off very, very slowly. A lot of 0-point games, kind of starting to pick up a couple points. In that last game there, they came 7th with 4 eliminations. So over the course of the tournament, maybe these guys are starting to heat up a little bit. And, you know, they've just jumped up a ton of placement thresholds. Now they're 1 away from that qualification slot. So it's coming to this last game here that these guys are, again, going to need to do exactly what they just did in that last game, perform and hit that qualification.
I did notice that 17th spot there, it was 54 points for Heat 2 and 55 points for Heat 1. So the 17th best team will be your grand finals squad, ladies and gentlemen. That's how close the competition. It's down to a 1-point difference. They don't know, obviously, but either way, we will toss to a quick break here, guys. When we return, it's the final games and the conclusions of the Heats here for Play versus Fall 20 College Championship. We'll see you guys on the other side.
Point, and that is Hunter's Haven. It's located to the south side of the map on the hills where the Sentinel's graveyard used to be. This location also has a ton of IO soldiers that spawn around it. Difficult to eliminate because they have so much effective HP. However, you're guaranteed to get a rare tactical assault rifle from eliminating them, which is huge for ammo management. Since there's so many hills surrounding it, fighting in this area is really, really difficult because teams are always on these high points in the hills, shooting down at players who are down below. And speaking of hills, this is probably one of the best spots for Storm Surge in the game. It's a center map position, it already has hills surrounding it so that you can end up ticking tags on players who are rotating all the way through. And this was true in previous seasons even when there wasn't a POI here, so this spot is gonna be hot. Like many of the new spots on the map, there's an underground bunker that has more loot and some indestructible walls here too. Who knows what this will play in the future, but I certainly wouldn't want to be stuck down here when the zone starts to pull in.
In Season 5, a new terrain is added to the game in the name of sand. Spread throughout the entire middle of the map, there's a lot more that meets the eye to this thing that's in addition to the new POIs. For starters, if you drop down into the sand by standing still for a few seconds, you can start to move fast, somewhat unnoticeable, all around the sand as long as you don't crash into any other type of terrain. Past that too, you can wait in hiding, barely noticeable for people around in the sand. It's very hard and a sneaky tactic. Here it is in use. If you see someone who's far away, you would usually not be able to sneak up on them without building or being noticed. You can quickly catch up with sand, get the drop, and throughout the entire main center portion of the map, we'll definitely see people utilizing this to be able to rotate fast, unseen, and possibly start some very, very crazy fights. Tilted Towers is back, but with an extra pinch of salt on the side. That's right, one of the new POIs that we have on the center portion of the map is a combination of both classic Fortnite action POIs, that is Salty Towers, including a reboot van and all the classic buildings you love from both POIs, including that new gas station that's been upgraded with those fuel tanks from Season 3. You have an amalgamation of an amazing gameplay experience where the hottest of drops end up happening and a lot of loot is up for grabs. We'll see how popular this POI is in competitive, but we have those big tall buildings from Tilted. On the left side, the clock tower is still there with the garage house and Salty as well. A lot of metal brick available on the map, as well as that new sand you can use to be a little bit sneaky compared to the competition. We'll see how it works over the course of many competitions to come. There's a rumble in the jungle, a little bit of Jurassicness inside this park. That's right, we're talking about the Stealthy Stronghold, a new northern POI added to Fortnite with gameplay elements you used to find in Sunny Steps and Lazy Lagoon. We have rivers, trees, ruins, all encompassed inside unbreakable walls that have somewhat of quarantine doors you can walk through to be extra careful when getting hot inside this spot. Very difficult to fight though, lots of chests available as well as a reboot van. There's a lot of enclosed things and possible secrets to this POI as well. It comes fitted with a stealthy little basement that has its own chest spawns and benches available to be broken for gold bars. I'm wondering what type of lore there is available with this. Might be a bounty man's hideout. We'll see how that goes. But regardless, a lot of key places you want to be able to control inside this new POI. You can just kind of rotate out of here as well, going towards Pleasant, get your brick up, a little bit of metal, as well as a lot of wood available. If you find yourself in an end game over here, once again, be careful about those walls, because you can't build through them, you can't break through them, you have to go above and around them. Enjoy Stealthy Stronghold in the new season of Fortnite, and let's see how it works inside the competitive game mode.
This one here is going to be the Colossal Coliseum. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Play vs. Fall 20 College Championship. This is going to be the conclusion of the heats coming up here shortly of Heat 1 and 2. We will be following one full game and then the tail end. It's Monster and Shyo on the mic here. Shyo, we've obviously seen a very much standout team from each of the heats so far. What comes tomorrow is going to be a big question mark, because that's going to be a clash of titans.
Yeah, we have 2 Goliaths and a bunch of good old Schmo Davids just chilling in the server as well, because these guys are not only winning on each heat, they're taking the storm by storm. They're on height every single zone. They're getting the most elims in the lobby, even if they don't come first. So I'm curious to see, depending on what heat we watch first, what the story will be for game 6 for these guys.
Yeah, it is going to be just that here, as we're now starting to load up the battle bus here shortly. Both teams have definitely finished very much high in every single game, and it seems like this time around we're jumping in with Arrow, Derpy, and Dylan, the game winners of the last heat that we just watched, which is heat number 2. So to mix things up, we're watching one of the exciting heats here.
This heat is, I think, the most exciting, because on this side of the pond we have a lot of these trios who have hit triple digits, who are looking for the top spot, but at the same time, those guys who are trying to make it the top 17, it is very close. 3-point difference, 1 or 2-point difference here and there. This means this final game, every action, every chest looted, the speed at which you move, all matters if you want to be able to play tomorrow.
Lucky for teams like Derpy, Dylan, and Arrow here, they're very much okay with being in the top 16 right now, as they've virtually qualified their way through just based off of all the points themselves. Definitely rooting for them right now is Texas A&M University is happy right now. This is a team that has definitely been popping off. They finished number 3 in week 1 and week 8, so consistency has been there all through the last 8 weeks or so. In the qualifying rounds up to the heats, they have very much been one of the teams. Also, the cool thing about this as well is that this season's competition has been the most competitive so far. Right, season 0 was great, but it didn't have as many teams. Things are starting to uptrend now for all of these new teams and new universities jumping into the mix.
Yeah, it's all about, maintaining the status quo with the game mode at the same time, being able to experiment a little bit, go through the meta change with the same players, and make that game plan, break it down. Talking about the things that they're staying the same, this is one of the POVs we haven't seen before, actually, all the way over at Weather Station. Drip, Boss, and Blue AR. This is where their game starts off a little bit hairy this time compared to what we've seen before when we tune in with them on mid game. They have won this fight fast.
Yeah, this is Union College's Boss, Drip, and Blue AR. They are far off the running right now. 15 points only after 5 full games here. So you definitely have an issue. They need a massive pop off right now.
The absolute last place. I think Reese mentioned was 36 points in total on what you can get for placement. So I'm looking at the boards right now. They have to hit around 54 points. I would say maybe even close to 60, depending on how these teams played this game. They'd have to have like a 20 elim win plus, a lot more happening in this game. It might not be possible. Past that though, Mongrel, Tifu, Chap, these guys are going to be playing over at 48 points. They need about 10 more to qualify for the heats tomorrow.
Yeah,
for the finals tomorrow.
This is a squad on the bubble right now. They have Boss, Blue AR up above. They obviously have a nice wide spread here at the weather station. They're not looking to jump down, not without any shield. They're at the disadvantage. Little do they know, this team Cocky here is going to go ahead and back off. Going to play with one another, get their shields back to max, and decide, all right, Fighting for the low up to the high ground is not worth their time, not worth the investment. A little too much of the odds stacked against them, even with the health advantage here. You know how quickly those things can shift over. We haven't seen...
There's one trail.
I was going to say, we just haven't seen any Caddy's Corner today. It's the first look.
I remember how much time we used to spend on it in previous seasons.
Right.
So many things just to break down. But it's a ghost town now. No one likes to live here.
All in all, though, the loot's pretty decent. Tactical shotguns here. Good AR, SMG, peppers, right? Not much has changed outside of the vault being removed. Still can provide some loot. And it's just a great spot to spread out, especially if you get the dam area off to the right. But okay. Feed is lighting up. Saw Keith still up there. Villain finding something. Off in the distance, you see that 0-point drop, which is very interesting how that rift point, the orb, whatever you want to call it there, works out, right? You jump into it and it heals you for whites or shield every single time. It is pretty cool to see how it can play its dynamic inside the Fortnite world.
I swear all the cool things too are always jumped on by players immediately. Like there's a strat that we saw earlier this morning. Everyone was like reusing it in end games, but now overall it was nerfed right before the competition started. So you can still end up using that rift, or the 0-point, but you're not going to get as much healing done just to balance things out across the game. Here's the one team though, Monster. Burrito, Green, and Noms
16th?
right on the precipice, yeah, of being eliminated or qualifying for the finals tomorrow.
Yeah, this is the most stressful position to be in, right? Where you have a relatively okay competition so far, and then have to come into your last game on that wire. Here's a fun fact that slides in. Conastrio has 3 games with 10 plus elims, as many as the rest of Heat 2 combined, showing that they are the squad so far putting up the biggest elim games, and when it's not them, it really isn't anyone else, unless by a stroke of luck of a good game for someone in that round, in that setting. Crazy.
It's been really cool today to just see the difference in play style of different teams, right? We have the aggro players like Connor. We have people who are slightly playing a little bit more strategic, taking it fight by fight, like we see with Noms on the screen right now at the bridge. Here's the overall map breakdown of where the zone is going. No surprise, the center is involved, as it has been in the past 5 games. And past that, a lot of teams left over on the left side of the map who are not in zone just yet.
Can't make an omelet without breaking some eggs. Of course, we're gonna get the desert here over and over. No, but honestly, I'm kind of excited. I'm happy
every
that
time. I mean, I guess we were gonna see the desert no matter what, because that first zone will always include it in some way, shape, or form. It seems like just for both heats today in general, it has been the absolute center point of a lot of end games. So once that sand comes back into play, you've been talking about it, Monster.
Yeah.
Things will start to really shift into proportion.
it's going to change the game a lot. It's going to change the entire scene by a lot. Just the way teams decide to maneuver this portion of the game right here, right? Especially, it's going to have the biggest, I guess, the biggest effects in this early and mid game action, like without a doubt, because now teams will have this opportunity to just go right underground, very high speed movement, and cut to either a battle or the other side of the map quickly, very, very quickly. It's almost like, you know how the rivers introduced this whole form of rotate that's like, oh, if you take the river, right? But it kind of breaks that entire ecosystem. You no longer even want to be in the water. Like, why use the river when you can just use the beach next door, right? And stay somewhat hidden and protected for a little bit. So
yeah, they have a lot more options. There's a bunch of flexibility, but from what it looks like, I don't even think if there was sand rotations involved, anyone from these heats, anyone from this tournament would enjoy being passive, especially tanks or Tax, Tanks and company. These guys have fought time and time again at the center, taken one teammate down. It's happening again. Capo are taking a lot of damage though. KD already knocked, and Keeds is going to be the only person left alive right now who has some type of shield to be able to do something. Yeah,
definitely. He's going to have to be the clutch factor, but the Chug Splashers are here. They're going to wait to get the pickup. Now Capital's going to play defense, rightfully so as well. He's going to eat that flop or two just in case here to be nice and safe. Will they use the splashes once the teammate gets up is the real question. I am curious. Or are they going to wait it out? Tax, though, putting pressure from up above. Phantom on the other side.
There are many shields being taken at the same time now. Both players, people end up disengaging. Noms and Burrito are like, yeah, we'll just use this base to be able to go move forward wherever else we want. Big shockwave plays being used time after time. KD, Capitalor also just kind of throwing apart. 2-1 split there off of that disengage. Capitalor's all on his own, has to regroup with his team soon, or he's going to be at the face of a lot of AR pressure.
Yeah, this is a tough situation for the University of Central Florida to be in. Down in the low ground. Give a couple fun facts about the players playing today. KD is a football player for the UCF. Pretty sick. Football player. Fortnite superstar. Let me find out. He's got everything going for him. On the move, though. Back when Noms, Green, and Burrito. Noms, again, focusing most of his time in the Fortnite ecosystem as of late as a content creator, but this college platform and space is one that he feels comfortable competing in.
It's always good to have like that type of insight from both sides. You always have a unique way of playing the game, being able to disengage, able to take fights on your own. Right now, he's actually tossed into a blender of pressure from tars, from shots, from height, from low. With only Burrito to be able to help him, he doesn't get to him in time. Noms gets taken out. If you blinked, you missed it.
Yep, it was too quick, too fast there. He lost the floor, the wall, and the ramp all at the same time, and just like that, the pressure was too much. Tigers, Andy, and Husant walk away with a nice elim there, two of which they get to conclude on. Here's back with on the other side of the map. Mogul, Kmart, Instinct still alive right now. Everyone poison up all around. This is north of the new Coliseum that was just put south of this location here. This is previous with the apple, right? The apple orchards.
Yeah.
Where the Frenzy Farm was.
Frenzy Farm's just been taking L's season after season.
Taking L's for sure.
Josh, so I guess no love, just sand. A whole island dropped down from a different dimension. It'd be like that sometimes, though.
Now we're jumping in with, again, another team here. Trying to step up right now. This is Malloy College Esports. Rigid, EBK, less division. One of which I don't know too much about. But again, anyone that is in university, college in the United States and Canada, you guys sign up. Get involved in that 2021 season. A lot to be earned here. A lot of fun to be had as well. PlayVS is building a very awesome community here of Fortnite players and individuals. Opportunities to get involved on the talent side as well. We got to see BellBopper and Shlly for a little bit up at the start of the pre-show. Talk with them, their experiences, what they've managed to watch, what they're looking forward to seeing unfold. This is all one big, great community led by the PlayVS team.
Entire ecosystem going back and forth with the players, with the guys and girls who are just breaking things down. And then obviously with the production side of things, PlayVS breaking down with the prize pools at the same time, doing so much. Definitely get involved. You can see the competition right now. It's so approachable at the same time, so high level for the teams that are in there. And the game will keep on changing too, so there's a lot of opportunities for players to be able to leave their mark on this new season.
These FIU boys still popping off, man, in the feed. Kyger's found another one there. We were just with him for a little bit. We hop over. He's already popping off again. Here's the other side of the Colossal Coliseum. This is as far to the zone as we can go at this instance. Parkour EXE is here by himself. Down a member or two. They're gone. And no, one AR shot's going to be enough. If I talk about Husant, Kygers, and Andy Kuz, there it is, just like that, that quick. They slide up, they take another elimination here. Big game for them already. 6 elims coming in Florida's International University. The FIU Panthers stepping up to the plate right now.
And they're stress-free in this last game, 117 points. Honestly, any team that has triple digits right now, they're above 100, have qualified for those grand finals tomorrow. Past that, anyone who's kind of around 60 points overall, 63, 65, are very close on that threshold of being completely eliminated. Derpy, he's chilling 121 with Arrow and Dylan. They've had such a good showcase today of gameplay.
This is the ebb and flow of the Fortnite world. On one side, things are chill. Elam's wrapping up. On the other side, you're right in the thick of it, in the middle of enemy sight lines everywhere, and the zone here to try and start to create a base, create a world, a home that you can live in for a little bit as the storm zone starts to push closer and closer. Looking at the feed there, it looks like Tigers might have found another one, possibly making that their 7th elimination. My gosh, man doesn't stop. FIU going crazy right now.
Over and over and over, they're sending a message in this last game. Either fully trying to catch up or just moving past forward, saying that they're stronger than any other team in this heat, no matter how many times they make an end game. Every team, though, in their prep stage right now. Arrow, Derpy, and Dylan, it's about making the longest snake tarp I've seen this season and having as many angles as possible to get possible beams. Got to remember how much Storm Surge has influenced this tournament.
Without a doubt, this round here finally being one of the few that we actually don't see it coming into the last game. That's because, you know, a lot of players kind of have realized towards the bottom, like, all right, we don't pop off all the way now, it's all over. As he jumping with Tigers and Andy, they're having a good time. They're happy. They know they're going to grand finals tomorrow, baby. They will be able to play for those prestigious 6 games. Take their shot at the $100,000 in prizing scholarship funds. One step closer. Every second that passes, one moment closer.
I think everyone finally understands the gravitas of the situation. So many trios now boxed up that we're used to seeing: aggressive, River, Duke, Scrub, always in some sort of mid-game fight. Harmony, Harsh, and Control, one teammate always down by this point. Even Red, Trigger, and Thrust, these guys are always pushing boxes head first, not really moving around trees, having a chill time. They're actually in the most dangerous spot with 62 points, basically hovering around at 17th place, the 17th place spot in total for the tournament, the place to be if you want to qualify for grands. They're literally on the edge.
Definitely on the edge of our seat. We're about to be, as we're getting into these final moments here now of game number 6, Heat 2. This is the last and final game of each of the heats that are unfolding right now. The last opportunity and moment for teams like Akron's Thirst, Code Red, and Trigger here to qualify up for grand finals. They're on the bubble. They're on the mark here. They're just there. They can't fall now. They still have the game to complete. They still have an end game to make here.
This is actually the most classic type of end game too. Nothing really season 5 included.
Right.
No desert. No 0 point. Just some hills and some roads.
Who's in the distance? Andy holding up high ground on the other side. JD, Keith, and Hayata do have this high position, though. They have a nice high point and the mountain to play with. One of the few that are actually sitting inside the zone here. Let's see who catches the half and half out favor. They're 59 damage below. This is actually a blessing in disguise. The Rift to Go Fish, granting them a team that flies into the air. Free tags for them if they can tag them. No, I don't think a single trio. Okay, they do hit Micah, who's in the back there twice. They did find some tags there. Be sure to tune in tomorrow, 5 p.m. EST, once again for the PlayVS Fall 2020 Fortnite Championship Finals. The conclusion, the 6 games tomorrow, all happening. Hopefully at the end as well, we'll touch down and chat with the winner. Maybe an IGL from the crew. We'll get to hear from the players themselves. This has been one crazy situation already happening here. The biggest names moving on, the most exciting ones for sure. there's still a journey in front. Like we said, there's still a journey for a lot of these players. A lot of these teams are only in that 50, 60 point, right? Not everyone has the luxury of having triple digits, knowing that they're a top 16 squad.
Yeah, and if that entire name of the tournament is a mouthful and hard to remember, I'm telling you right now, the games will not be hard to remember at all. We will see iconic plays, but I guarantee they will still be heavy-hitted. They will still be mouthfuls of action all the way across, so make sure to tune in. Past that, let's wrap up the games here today. Number 6 for heat number 2. And right now, some rotations are stopped halfway. Chang sniped out mid-air while trying to shockwave in, and his loot falls down onto Duke's box. They have a full extra pair of mats available, all the ammo, possible upgrades on inventory as well. A buff, a blessing from the skies.
Indeed, indeed. And now the rotates are coming out here. The half in, half out was a northeastern draw, so everyone that we saw just before that, the POVs were following, most of which did not cash the zone here. Trigger, Code Red, and Thirst included have to slide their way in, and you can see it's really bitten into the builds here. 74 remaining, and it's being opened up here. Sniper comes out. Will he be able to find a snipe shot here? But no, gets punished instead from Kmart on the side. Code Red loses a fair amount of shield, and Trigger doesn't even have heals to lean into, so you know that's very few, if not any, left on the trio here now. And you can see that Trigger's not even trying to get active. They're just waiting it out, playing it moment by moment, beat by beat here. There goes the new zone reveal. Northeastern towards Steamy Stacks. This could get very interesting.
If by chance the next zone after this one pulls right, we get those silos in play. We get some more aerial action without the Rift Fish. That'll have to happen in the 8th or 7th zone. We'll see exactly how the 6th ends up going. Unfortunately, disaster for this trio at hand. Trigger taking all his shield out. Thrust also pressured down to almost no HP, and Red is taken out before Stro can do anything to respond.
That was so quick. Just like that, all of a sudden out of the game. Here's Zaps with the Mandalorian sniper rifle there too. Rich Gang down and out the game. Bosch still here. 0 eliminations for this trio. Split up as well. But he does have shockwaves. He has opportunities and plays to make here. Playing for himself right now, though. I definitely can't appreciate, because they have definitely qualified as well to the grand finals here. Starving Bosch is going to get knocked. Out he goes.
Zaz moving forward. It's way on the front side of zone as it starts to actually end up moving, closing towards 7th. His teammates are all but just eliminated from the competition. Sniper rifle does offer a little bit of mobility, but it's so hard to end up locking down and ending up use. A shockwave will be the key thing. The pocket pick in his loadout could possibly save him. Now Crispy though up top is getting Elims. Gage still alive, getting big picks. Keegs is there too with his own shots. There's just pressure dropping down. No back and forth between trios, just aggression. And it is Husant and a cousin. Kiger's all the way up top. You get affected by Floyd and Schnauzer moving forward. It's a two-way fight for height.
Yeah, Gage and Connor still alive in that mid-ground layer as well. Connor with no shield, so that's such a congested spot to be in, especially since this zone is going up and over a slight hill and mountain elevation as well. So everyone forcing into one another. Zaz still alive by himself, trying to find opportunity and shot here. Peace Control comes in, hits the wall, but doesn't make the shot to follow up, and that is a crucial mishap in there. That steps him back just a little bit longer. Now, once again, has to find something here. In the zone he goes, another tick here. 96 effective HP, not too much, not where you want to be. Another wall is his. Will he be able to make one of these edits or find a big shot? This charge hits for some serious damage if they can connect. It's Connor on the other side of the wall. No, he cannot escape. Connor finds another knock there, and that's going to be the siphon he also desperately needed.
There's two different high ground teams that already got taken out. A Rift Fish gets popped to make that aerial sky high even more disastrous and filled with trios just flying around and people just trying to control height. Control and Harmony, though, these guys in total are looking good, staying alive. Exceed, though, getting some big, so he's still up with Connor and Gage. It's looking like Control's trio and Connor's trio are taking up most of the elims in this endgame.
Yeah, definitely. And talk about elims and who took him up. I mean, Keezy's got 2 before he went down. That's massive. This is a team that needs a little bit more if they want to qualify. So 48 points. Can they get a little more? Yes. Connor goes down to KD here. That's placement. That's a knock too. 51 is where they're going to end up. Is it going to be enough? Is it going to be enough for them to conclude out and hold out the rest of this top 16? We'll find out here shortly. Maybe a top 17. I don't think so, though, because that threshold was about 55 before. So close but no cigar. Here, 200 points, though, is Exceed, who's still left alive to clutch up this final run.
He's trying his best. I'm looking at exactly how many points everyone else has around him as well. We know that Exceed, Gage, and Connor played their best today. 200 total points. Definitely the top dogs of the heat. Who is left though to qualify? How will that top 17 look? Exceed taking shots straight on and surviving. 17 HP, now none, as he goes down. It's all up to Gage to continue on the legacy of the first place team. 5 elims on his side, 5 as well from the trio, and an aerial attack shot rampage onto Husant, and he confirms it.
Gage is the firepower of the trio. It's what I was talking about before, and you can see he's putting up those numbers again here, taking back the crown from Connor's plays. He's not going to have a lot of time to actually pop this. What's more important is shield or HP. He's going to say HP in this instance. You never really know. Harmony down below, 4 elims to carry for his squad as well. Here it is, the final moments, the final ticks are coming up shortly. He has the material. Down comes Gage with the surprise factor and shot. The exchange is good for him. He wins that. Here's the quick map shot to flash it off. But no, Gage is going to hit the shot when it matters most. And that's a 12 elimination victory royale.
Oh my word, Gage confirms it on the offensive side. Something you don't usually see. Carries the elims, carries the game, and gets the win. Excellent showcase of everything when it comes to action and patience from Gage.
Definitely was there. Now, Reese, you stepped in. Obviously, you watched a lot of this stuff unfold, and there's still more action going on.
There is still more action going on, but I want to take a second because Connor, Gage, and Exceed popped off today harder than they ever have. They had more games in the top 10 than any other trio, the only one being top 10 every single game today. And they also had more average eliminations, being over 9 average eliminations per game, which is more than they had during the regular season's performance as well. So huge performance from them today. Remember, during all of the kind of FNCS finals that's just been on last season, the average in the winners of every region was somewhere between 5.5 to 7, and they've had over 9 eliminations per game. So incredible consistency from placements and eliminations.
Yeah, nearly doubling up now. We'll be able to see the leaderboards and how that translates to the standings here now shortly. Let's take a look here. Connor obviously up towards the top with Exceed and Gage. 300 or 3.5 average placement, 224 points being the score now. That, you know, that's an incredible performance. They could have literally not gotten a single point in that last round, even with 170, and still won the heat for themselves.
Yeah, and past that too, we're looking at Tigers, Zanikas, and Husant. These guys are just looking so well, almost lapped up on 100 points overall. But for the second place team, them, Harsh Control, Harmony, Arrow, Dylan, and Derpy, these guys all had specific gameplay styles that kind of put them apart from everyone else. Many good teams just like them on this page, Reese.
Many good teams, and I've got to say, I am not excited for this. I'm really excited for the next page because we got to see who is going 9th up to 16th, and here it comes. Who's qualified through? So on the threshold, 16th is King's Trio at 66 points. Clutched it in the last moment and moved up those slots to qualify.
There it is. You see it, Shyo. It's all closer and closer here. That 16 points being 66. Look at how close it was down at the bottom.
I want to see exactly who was 17th overall. We saw some good plays from Vex Amity there too. The push forward, but Noms, Green, and Burrito. That mid-game fight. I mean, you were saying that 17th, that extra team slot, we'll see who has the better 17th place from Heat 1 and Heat 2 Monster. But these guys got their competition slowed down and frozen in time off of that last mid-game.
Yeah, they slipped right out. They were just on the cusp of, you know, making it a free run through, but their poor performance there is going to slide them down that 17th slot. What will happen now, ladies and gentlemen, it's down to who has the best performance of the 17th slot from both heats. Obviously, right now we're looking at only heat number 2, so we don't really know just yet, right? Who's going to be that team that moves on? But I mean, if you're a fan of Noms and company, it's that close, right? It's 58 points right now. I'm not sure if that's going to come down to the victory royale first, if it's going to come down to total points and whatnot, but I mean, play versus and the they will pretty much, they're the king of that bottom word in the operations on that front. So hopefully Zach can fill us in there if it's going to be just points or like victory odds and maybe some other stats first.
Yep, and then past that too, we have a few games coming up in just a bit in terms of the next one, or the last game for heat number 1. So let's check out exactly how that goes. Please, thank you for the analysis. We'll get a little bit more past this last game that shows up in just a sec.
Here it is, the final game. Heat 1, Game 6 is now before us. Lagging Bus, Neston drops here. This is going to be the team we're hopping in with. This time around, we're going to backtrack a little deeper into the game right now. We're at zone number 4 right now as things are unfolding here. 30 seconds left to make the big move. This is a team that's in shambles here, but all that fighting is paying off because they're trying to claw their way through in this last game run here. 4 eliminations for them. 47 points right now. A few more and some good placement points, and they can just be there. Remember, 58 is that line, right? That's the mark now to break.
That is what every team that's below that threshold wants and needs. But in this heat as well, we're not completely, let me just triple check on it, sure as to what their overall 17th place looks like. So for heat number 1, it might be, yes, so for these guys to qualify even, it'll be above 58 points in general. When it comes to actually qualifying, there might be some teams inside that top 16 that already have that threshold available to them. So we'll see how it ends up going out for these, or for this side of the competition. The overall points for these middle ground teams, middle of the pack teams, are much higher than the heat 2 that we just saw.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a little different. I mean, we still saw that 17th place, though, was still a point or so off. So up towards the top, it might be a bit different, but those bottom cutoff points are very much in the same, I guess, caliber of range from what we've noticed so far around. Here, Jake, Kept Daddy, Rocket Man, of course, trying to find their way to endgame. That's a team that is on that lining, right? In that top 15-ish or so slotting, maybe just below that.
Past that too, for this game, we pointed it out, a bunch of these zones that end up going over the desert. Once again, for game 6, kind of flipping that narrative completely grasslandish. As soon as I say that, it pulls somewhat closer to the dry lands, but so far there haven't been too many crazy things like a big mountain in the way. An entire Stark Industries island being removed from the game as well makes it so that there's a lot more just flat ground to play over. And oh my god, Bills will always be the same. If you end up over peaking for too long, you get sniped, and that's exactly what happened to Siphon.
Yeah, as soon as that edit came in, the snipe came in, and Siphon goes down. Unfortunate for him. Yeah, honestly, we've been very much blessed with great end games all day today, all of which have been just good draw spots, right? Like, all great end games. No crazy terrain, no massive POIs we had to cut through. We had a small taste of the Coliseum in for a little bit, but even then, it didn't even go to the end game, ended up pulling away. So, yes, it has been a very fair amount of games. If you didn't qualify through this time around, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Here's Rhino up on high ground, giving a little take the L to the lobby. Zate Classic or so. No one's looking up. He's feeling pretty good here. He's got 145 points. They know they're A-okay. They've done what they've needed to do. Take your clip and take it home. That's what that is.
Hey, some celebratory moments. That just shows how much consistency matters in these games. That just shows that even if you're looking for that game 6 clutch win, you can already do that in your game 2s, 3s, 4s, and 5s. These teams already done it and kept their dream totally alive. They're still dancing up top.
Yeah. No, he's feeling pretty good. He's celebrating his grand finals performance, or his grand finals qual for sure. I'm curious as to how they ended up so high. It definitely looks like a build battle broke out or something of the sorts. This is a vertical tower. Cones everywhere, ramps out the sides. They're chilling.
They're a few RPGs away from complete disaster, though. Someone finds those weak points and wants to just send rockets at high ground builds in the last game if they've also qualified.
Let's see. Here though, Zeus Quip, High Flex Haven. All right, trying to figure it out. Rotates are gonna come through. Zeus was crouching there, and that's going to cost him on a little bit of his angle there and control in the air mobility. Doesn't do too much damage, though, but still, 2 ticks of storm is a lot. Does have to heal now. That would be 1 fish less that he would have had to use. Max material, though. That's what's most important here. Somehow they got max mats coming in this late. So we wonder if they picked up a free refresh somewhere along the lines.
It'll be tricky though because they are on lockdown. There's a bunch of teams that will use this as their insurance spot, drop down into their boxes. It'll not be complete free land for these guys to control, especially if they're going to continue to stay in half boxes. And there it happens. Highflex going down and then wiped out as well for the full elim. Zeus, although having max mats as you mentioned, not really utilizing by controlling a lot of that space. He's playing like he has nothing.
There it is. Definitely Scrappy in the mix there. He's going to have to heal up right now. And he's already through half his material. Now has to split and give his teammates some as well as they're leading the tarps out. Here, though, Big Pot's going to come out, saving the quick heals for later. Not that it's going to give him full HP either way. Django, CKM, M4 Walla. This is another team on the bubble for qualification. 69 points. So many teams that need all these placement points here. Where is Steve? Cinnamon.
They must have been taken out.
Yeah, and they weren't doing too hot. Remember, they were just in that top 10, so I think they barely had about 70 or so points. It'd be kind of interesting to see if they didn't qualify through.
Oh no, Django goes down. This endgame is pulling every trio across an entire zone that already has no builds. All of these are brand new for people who are just new to seeing what's going on inside the game. Past that though, we bounced all the way slightly back through a few of the older builds. A little bit more northern on height. We'll go Rhino and King hold their top spot on the throne. This bounce back is so good for them. They're already on hard mats. Just have to beam out, maybe even connect over to another big high ground tarp. They basically have built like a metropolis all the way on heights of skyscrapers and buildings. No one can affect it. Mars 7 and BX going down in a box fights. This is getting really messy on anywhere but heights.
Yeah, it's all going down here now. Another team's going to jump inside the mix here. Shotgun shots and AR from up above. Lucky for them, the pressure from height is going to give up for just a couple seconds here. BX does have 4 floppers. Here's a real question. Do you save your teammate and even give him floppers or stay as a 2-man team and go for those final heal-off situations? Because you have such a substantial lead coming into endgame with floppers. If they give it away now, that could be the free win. Shockwaves come out, though, into the box they go. BX is now in a bit of a mix here. Out comes the crash break, and no. That player gets away. Lucky for him, he gets back to his teammate. That's another enemy. I lied. He's scrambling, trying to understand the situation at hand. Heal comes in. And again, this is just messy, messy builds. All enemy walls here. Where is his squad mates? There they are. Finally, they get to the same layer.
It's looking so close though, a bit too close for comfort, and there it is, another player in the box.
It's
it was
Rhino.
Rhino, and he got knocked. BX though has 3 floppers. He can try to survive, but King finds him. He stops the heal before it happens. 7 gets hit off before he gets back in the zone. It's all up to Mars to keep that top dream alive. Just take down 1 for the finish, but has no heals to play with the storm.
He's doing that though. Another shockwave comes out. It's the story of the day. Shockwave's really being the disruption right here. Mars scrambles away to the new zone. No more materials left. Shots are coming in. He needs a siphon. Can he find it? No. The zone finishes him off. Speedy falls. Nerds falls. Another player goes down. It's Dabo there. And now King tries to dance it out here. He has some floppers. I think he's feeling it here. You can see there's still 2 players alive. No! Dancing too soon because Jelly has 4. Even more fish to survive it all out. And just like that, looks like Jelly cruises his way to this last victory royale right here. It's all fun and games though. Heat 1 game 6 is over.
It was a close one at the end of that last game, but this heat definitely has dominant winners. This heat definitely has teams at the top of the pack that like to flex and celebrate their top moments and wins.
There it is. That was the last game there, Reese. Obviously, we've had 12 games unfold today, Heat 1 and Heat 2, each of which bringing their own stories and narratives together. But Grand Finals is up next.
Grand Finals up tomorrow. And you asked a really good question. Your question was, should you drop res your teammates and drop them floppers, or should you keep them? Well, the players who came second and first kept all their floppers, used them to pick up that first and second place slot. So I think they answered the question for you.
Definitely did. I mean, we saw how useful they can be. And I mean, even then, the unpredictable can always happen, right? The shockwave sending the player out into the zone. The floppers extended that situation for a little bit longer. Not that it mattered. King had the shot, took him out either way, but it's about having those plays. We do have some highlights here, obviously, and stuff coming up. And of course, the leaderboards to show off the standings from Heat number 1, game 1, or game 6 here. So let's take a look at Heat number 1. Flick, Cascat, and Titan fall so early in that round, but still maintain first place. That's what you call domination in those final games.
Yeah, I mean, they just had the lead overall in the beginning, and it was just so far that it was free, and they just take home that first place.
And Wilgo, Rhino, and King, huge performance as well in that last game. A second with 11 eliminations, really pushing them up the leaderboard. They were already up there, but they were kind of closing up towards that first place slot. But obviously not quite enough to get it because Flick, Cass, and Titan were just so far ahead.
Maryland Esports Training Academy, though, is going to be the winners of the Heat number 1 here today. Obviously, all of the top 16 teams, guys, are the ones that are going to qualify for grand finals. Here is page number 2. That's your 16th spot right there. 73 points, a bit higher than the last Heat from Heat 2. Now, we want to see what everyone's been waiting for, though. What is that cutoff point for Team 17? Here it is. It's going to be 70. That's a big gap, guys.
Does that mean that for these guys, they're the team that go through from Heat number 1, not, unfortunately, Burrito and Co. from Heat number 2? That's what it's looking like. We'll have to get confirmation, but what a run from these guys. An elevated showing of the middle of the pack on Heat number 1.
Absolutely insane. And actually something I really want to click on is the 15th place team. These guys really popped off with a 29-point game. It was Damo, 2 names that are close together. And these guys popped 29 points, jumped up to 15th spot. So huge performance from them. Really good to hit them in that qualification slot in that final game.
Yeah, and there it is. Pennsylvania State University, PSU, Penn State pushed through. Walla, CKM, and Django are going to be that 17th slot that earns their way to the grand final. Somebody, the 33rd team. That, my friends, was a crazy and intense Heat. Now, luckily for a lot of the other teams outside of the, let's say, from 34th to 50th, best points at those point placements as well, those guys, right, whoever scored best at the top 50 teams outside of the 33 will still earn scholarship money as a part of the entire $100,000 prize pool. You saw when we broke it down. Actually, I'm going to throw a curveball at production for a second if you can hear me. We can show the pricing breakdown. I think it's also important to equally celebrate everyone that has made it this far here coming into the Heats. Yes, you are the man. Let's go. There it is. So to kind of give you guys perspective, 11th through 50th win 1,000 in scholarships. So it's really awesome.
Yeah, a lot of those teams that we just saw over there in that threshold, we'll be able to walk away for a little bit of, you know, a little bit of a record of what they actually ended up doing today. And that's just very, very good to see.
And remember, the top 33 teams have qualified tomorrow, and this prize pool is reflective of the finals tomorrow. So obviously those guys in 34th down to 50th have already secured their spots, but this money is still up for grabs tomorrow's in the final.
Yeah, and also don't forget the trophy is on the line. You can see it's engraved. It's got the Play Versus logo there too. It's probably going to have your names at the bottom. I see the blank slate there. Let's send some Castlers ones as well. Let's put that in there. But honestly, guys, what a day. What a fun day of Fortnite competition. The first taste of competitive action here on the new season. This has been a fun day so far. Shy, I'm going to give you the floor real quick before we close out for the day.
Yeah, I mean, overall, it just looked like it was a very good day of games. This type of scene has its own type of meta overall with gameplay, and I'm excited to see how it looks like in the grand finals. What about you, Reese?
Exactly the same. The games are extremely high quality, really a ton of Storm Surge in every single zone, exactly like a finals, and this isn't even the final game yet. So will tomorrow be more stacked? I'm hoping it will be. I'm looking forward to seeing it, looking forward to seeing the strategies, who's contesting who. Can't wait.
That's going to conclude here from the desk from Reisshub, ShyoWager, Shlly, BellBopper, myself, the production team, all included. We thank you guys for tuning in for the Heats, but show up tomorrow, 5 p.m. EST, ladies and gentlemen, for the Play versus Fall 20 College Championship. It's a mouthful because it's going to be a very intense competition tomorrow. We'll see you guys there. $100,000 on the line here. Thanks for tuning in, guys.